Business ethics and ethical practices will also take the center stage. Direct to customers will rule the roost, as we are seeing more and more companies are focusing on direct delivery, leaving aside the intermediaries. Marketing and advertising will amalgamate, and they have to give uniform experience to the customers. And I also feel, as everybody feels, that online will be the rule, content will be the king. And as we see, as there are certain change taking place on communication, the vernaculars and the micro influencers will also become the central focus in marketing. Experience will get more prominence over utility or functionality. And lastly, let me say the customer centricity will move further to the center of marketing place. So these are some of my thoughts I thought I should share with you. I welcome Mr. Hariom Rai, the chief guest, and again I welcome to Dr. Srinivasan Iyengar, Director Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management, Mumbai. I extend a warm welcome to all the audience here and the speakers who will be joining in 2 technical sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Smita Sharma, the conference convener, to apprise us about the theme of the conference. Please, ma'am.
Respected Chief Guest Shri Hariom Rai ji, Guest of Honor Dr. Srinivasan Iyengar, Shri Adarsh Shastri Member Board of Governors, Dr. Praveen Gupta, Director LBSIM, Dr. GL Sharma, Colonel Ajay Sood, guests present in the auditorium, faculty colleagues, administrative staff, and dear students. Good morning to everyone present here. I extend a warm welcome to all participants of National Marketing Conference 2022. Thank you in advance for joining this event. We are immensely grateful to Shri Rai for accepting our invitation and becoming a chief guest of today's event. This year, the theme of the conference is New Marketing Realities and Consumer Trends in the Current Situation. In the words of NYU Stern School of Business professor Arun Sundarajan, who says, crisis can be a catalyst or can speed up changes that are on the way. It can almost serve as an accelerant. It was observed that the changes in technology inspired by pandemic situation came in the form of an acceleration of existing trends. We witnessed new opportunities in the areas of healthcare, which saw a growth in telehealth technology, remote diagnostics, teletherapy, virtual fitness and gyms, and of course the senior care. We saw a sudden surge in remote work, which accelerated the digital infrastructure adoption. Education where technology and online content made the classroom optional, creating immense opportunities in edtech industry. Manufacturing with 3D and automation technology gave a boost to industry's agility and flexibility. Retail, where we saw shopping went more online as grocery joined the e-commerce revolution. Customer service, where customer experience went virtual with conversational AI, chatbots, and cloud call centers. Finance, in which demand for contactless options accelerated digital adoption with contactless payments and branchless banking. And entertainment, where real world went online with virtual reality and virtual events. As per the reports of Forbes, the global pandemic has also brought about a true boom in startups, as the number of new companies around the world has significantly surpassed the indicators of previous years. We are fortunate that we have a distinguished and accomplished entrepreneur with us. Our chief guest, Shri Hariom Rai, will share his entrepreneurial journey and the role of entrepreneurs in country building. Our guest of honor, Dr. Iyengar, will deliver the keynote address. The two technical sessions have eminent speakers from different industries, ranging from FMCG, automotive, advertising and digital media to technology field. I believe that our diverse and dynamic group of speakers will provide in-depth insight about the new marketing realities related to their specific industries. I sincerely hope that you will find this conference informative and worthwhile. Your presence and enthusiasm will help in making this event a great success. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am. We are sure this theme would help us appreciate the ever dynamic marketing environment better and also be more effective marketeers. Moving forward, I take this opportunity to introduce our esteemed chief guest for today's conference, Mr. Hariom Rai. Mr. Rai is the co-founder, chairman, and managing director of Lava International Limited, a leading Indian multinational in the mobile handset industry with its presence in 13 countries. He started his entrepreneurial journey in 1992 by founding Biogentech, a venture in the field of biotechnology. In 1996, Mr. Rai started his venture as a partner in a logistics company, Perfect Handling, later renamed as AmExpress Worldwide Logistics. In 2003, he co-founded Pastel Communications in partnership with BBK Telecommunication Company, China, now known as Vivo. Lava International is an offshoot of Pastel. In 2009, Mr. Rai established Lava International with the vision to empower people to do more to be more. He is the co-chairman of Government of India's Fast Track Task Force to catalyze and re-establish the mobile handsets manufacturing ecosystem in India. He is also the winner of the coveted Entrepreneur of the Year Award at the 9th Asia Pacific Entrepreneurship Awards 2018 India. Sir, we're extremely honored to have you with us today. May I now request you to kindly deliver the inaugural address. Please, sir.
I think she has done my job because Madam told me to share my entrepreneurial journey. But anyway, I'm going to still try and see how can I bring some innovation into what she has mentioned. So first of all, it is my pleasure, and more than pleasure, in my mind, privilege to be in an institute which is, which belongs to Dr. Mr. Lal Bahadur Shastri. And I think no one in the past in India has achieved this level of stature. So it's a great pleasure and a privilege to be here. And I thank Madam Smita and all the members at the dais and everyone present. And it's a pleasure to be amongst the first year students. So since you have this conference on marketing, and Sir just said that the marketing people are going to be sitting on the CMO is going to be sitting on the corner cabin, which is the CEO's position. I think that's important and that's right. And however, just, in my journey, I've found that the most important role of a leader is to manage people. And in India, we have not probably been able to understand this fundamental responsibility, because leader finally not manage, actually lead people. So when it is leading people, then the most important job in my mind is HR, and people don't understand that. Everything is about people. Anyway, today I'm not going to share about marketing or HR. Today I have been told to share about my entrepreneurial journey. So, I would like to touch upon the facets of leadership. So, I have been born and brought up in a very, very average or below average middle class family with nothing much. But my first leadership journey started with my college when I became the President Students Union in Delhi University in my college. And so what I learned from there is that as a leader, that people want to have you as a leader, not they have to have you as a leader. And really adding value to the lives of the people. That's the most important thing. From there on, I did my post-graduation from Delhi University and joined a small studio in Delhi as my first job in 1992. And I joined at a very, very low level. Rupees 4,000 was in 1992, which was offered to me. But my first salary, which was given to me was 4,500 rupees. So more than what I was, which was offered to me. And in 4.5 months, I left the job by running the top position of that, that studio. And why I left that is because I thought that I'll be able to do much more. The most important thing, when I thought about how my life has gone, so I think I can synthesize all these things into 3 things. Number 1, that the changes or the challenges or the troubles you take in your life or any life, I think it is the most valuable thing which can happen. And therefore rejoice the challenges which comes to you, and changes, embrace the changes. That's the first thing. I will share, how this entire thing synthesizes. The second thing is that anything, whatever you want to achieve, whatever, is completely possible. This is what I've experienced all through my life. If you have vision, determination, followed by rigorous action, anything can be achieved. And last thing I would like to share is that when you can achieve anything by just seeing it, if you have vision, so why to narrow your vision? Why to, look at things, I think, in a very small manner? Or why to, achieve something small? It's all about your vision. Then broaden your vision, broaden your horizon, and see the immense possibilities coming into your way. So through these 3 themes, I'll run my life so that you understand. So I left, this job in 4.5 months and started a company, Biogentech, as she named. In the first 6 months in this company, we became number 1 in the Northern India. And 3 years I spent in this company, we became number 1 in the country, in the segment we dealt in. And in 1995, coming from a very middle-class, poor family, we earned about 50 lakhs in that year. In 1995, this was a lot of money from our standards. And I wanted to, grow more. And I started this business with 2 of my childhood friends. But they were they said, we are doing so well. Why should we sort of, do something else? It's going so well. Biogentech, as we speak today, is also still number 1 in the segment they operate in. But I left Biogentech in 1995 because I wanted to do more and, be more. And then I did some, struggleful period of my life went, for about 6-8 months. I did some import business of copper, etc. And I took about 15-20 lakhs my share from the company, and I got some more money. I arranged about 1 crore of rupees in 1995 and imported copper. And by the time the copper got imported from US, the copper rates fell down from 140 rupees to 107 rupees. And my total worth or the money which I had was about 15-20 lakhs, and I lost about 35 lakhs in that deal. But, so I had to start almost from zero. But, what happened was there was something which came inside the copper, which was, which we bought at about 102 rupees a kg, and we could sell at about 16,000 rupees a kg. So which means that, but this was a very small material. So all the losses which was supposed to happen actually got mitigated. So I was almost like, I broke even. But what I learned from that is that, what I learned is the logistics part of the business, from US to India and this entire, shipping, etc. So one of my friend was in trouble at that time, because I stopped this business because the copper and all these metal was going up and down. So I stopped this business in 6 months. And since one of my friend was struggling with his, logistics things, he was doing a lot of paper for the entire paper industry in the northern India. So from Bombay, he brought some cargo to Delhi and he was struggling. Because I learned this logistics through my just one small venture of copper, I went and helped him, and he said, you've done a wonderful job in, establishing that, one can import paper at the northern port. So based on that small help, I started this new business. And in this new business, which logistics company, which you mentioned, we started, we became number one in the segment again. Now, which means as I said, Tughlaqabad port, we became number one at that port because we were operating only from that side. In 2003, LG MD, he was very grateful to me, and he said that I'm going to launch, GSM mobile phones in India. So Hari, would you become my distributor? I didn't know anything about distribution, but anyway, things were exciting. During those times, I think Nokia was doing very well. So I said, let's do it, and I formed this company, Pastel. But before, this business could even happen, this MD got transferred back to Korea, and there was no business. But as, we were sort of always about, we'll find a way types. And therefore, because the company was formed, I invited a friend. So he was working with Beetle at that time, not Beetle, Airtel at that time. He has worked with Beetle. So he said, let's do the landline phone business in 2003 when GSM was coming in. And I went and partnered with, after a lot of this thing, I partnered with Vivo, today's Vivo. And we started bringing landline phones in India. A lot of issues and a lot of troubles, but then we migrated into doing the fixed wireless terminals and fixed wireless phones. And fortunately for us, we again became number one in the country in this business, which was used in the STD PCO business. Most of the STD PCOs were the fixed wireless terminals and fixed wireless phones. We used to supply to all the Airtel and the Vodafones and the Reliances of the world and Tata at that time. So in 2008, this business was coming down because fixed wireless terminal business, STD PCOs were coming down. And, the cellular phones, because everything was so cheap. So there was no option for us but to migrate into the phones business. I requested Mr. Shen Wei in China, who was the CEO of Vivo today, at that time BBK, that let's start this, mobile phone business in India. And he said, Hari, I'm struggling to sell, because I'm learning to build the phones, I'm struggling to sell the phones in the urban areas of China, because at that time, China, the entire market was done by the multinational companies like Nokia, Ericsson, etc. So he said, I can't go international. So based on this, we had no option but to start Lava. And Lava was started along with 200 odd companies in India. But out of these 200 odd companies, 4 companies could do very well. That included Micromax, Intex, Carbon, and us. And we garnered about 50% market share by 2015. And look at what happened after that. That the Chinese guys who became very strong, they came in and they burned a lot of capital. About 20,000 crore per annum they burned, the Chinese guys. And because of which, from 50% market share, today the Indian companies are at about 9.2% market share. However, fortunately for us, in this 9.2% market share of Indian companies, Lava is still number one with 64% market share amongst the Indian companies, which translates into about 5.4% market share. So, but I think I've seen the most difficult time in my life in Lava in 2018. And we lost thousands of crores, and I thought that, everything is over. But today, when I think in retrospect, I believe this is the most valuable thing which could happen to me. The disruption of Indian companies, including disruption of Lava. Before that, what happened, because we acquired, why we became number one, I just wanted to share this, I just forgot that we worked in deep details. We are the only company in the whole of the world in India to have the end-to-end control, R&D, design, manufacturing, supply chain components, and also we have a very differentiated downstream supply chain. So we sell our products even today from 120,000 shops in India, and every single shop we sell our products from, we have, and these are all not our shops, they are shops of the market. It is completely controlled digitally by Lava. So from our distributors to all these shops, we have every single inventory on the digital, on our products. So whether it is Lava's inventory, we know what is selling from each shop. So because of these two differentiators, we have become number one, and this company could employ about 30,000 people. But from 30,000 people, we have to bring it down to about now 8,500 people by 2018. And therefore, this was the most struggleful period of my life. You're almost like cutting your hands and arms and legs. This is the most worst thing which can happen. But then, today, I think this is the most valuable thing. And why, I'll tell you right now. Because it made me introspect as to why it has happened. When I introspected, I found that I have been winning consistently in India, and I used to think I'm a good leader. But this loss and this immense disruption made me realize that I'm not a good leader. Actually, I used to think that I'm a good leader, but I found that in India, the competition is not between good and great. The competition is actually between poor and worse. And I was at best a poor leader, thinking that I'm a good leader. So that is one, insight I got. The second thing I got was that when it comes to international business, and in our industry, because it's the most valuable industry in the world, the most valuable companies are in this business. Apple, for example, is $3 trillion enterprise doing business of $400 billion. So, and everything around our lives now revolves around, our mobile phones. So everything, it's so valuable. All our gadgets have brought into this device, and all applications, etc. So therefore, most valuable people are in this business, and you are competing with the best of the best in the world. So the most important thing I realized that in the international business, it is not about company versus company. In the international business, it is about country versus country. And when I got this insight, then I started meeting the top level politicians and top level bureaucrats of the country. And I found that the situation is similar there. The competition between poor and worse, and not between good and great. And therefore, even if you're poor, you're winning. And as a bureaucrat, the biggest pressure which came to your life was when you gave exam of IAS, and after that, you can make 3 people happy, and slowly you get promoted as a secretary also of the government of India. And the culture is such that if you go and work there, then, and you err, you're going to be, killed. And if you don't work, you just be there and you'll be promoted. So if I go, so the best of the best people who joined IAS, actually became very ordinary people. So these two things, I realized that they have no exposure and no knowledge of how to build the country. And therefore, when you see, the fact shows that this country, which has the largest, almost the largest arable land in the world. So we are 160 million hectares of land we have in India. US is just 10% ahead of us, which is 174 million hectares. We are 1.6 times of China in arable land. Best demographics in the world, number 4 in natural capital. And therefore, for 5,000 years, this country has been contributing 25% to the global GDP from 3300 BC till about 18th century. When the Britishers came, we were 25% of the global GDP. When they left, our contribution to the global GDP was 3.9%. In the last 75 years, we have brought it down to 3.1%, which means that whatever we have done to ourselves and our country is not good. And we are 18% people surviving on a mere 3.14% GDP, which means, we are poor and we are distributing poverty. So why that happened? Why nobody in the last 75 years could understand that, what needs to be done despite having such fundamental, strong power what we have. I think when I realized that, I thought that this is the best thing which could have happened to me because, I actually got the insights in my journey. And what are those insights? Those insights are very simple. In China, when you go, there are factories in which people are working, 1 million people are working in one single factory. Once you have this 1 million people in one single factory, you have 500,000 people supporting these factories from the other, this thing. You have those factories and therefore you have, 100,000 people supporting those 500,000 people companies. Then you have 50,000 people supporting those, those 100,000 people company. And therefore, this entire business comes like this, that you have such a large manufacturing, organizations. And when, when you go there, hundreds of restaurants in the queue and every single restaurant is running because there's so much of demand. And when the agriculture guy is producing agriculture, everything is being consumed and therefore agriculture is wealthy. When agriculture, the farmer is wealthy, then he is consuming the, manufactured output. And finally, you are in a virtuous cycle. The whole game, I realized, is the nations are rich only because their companies are rich. And this is the only way, no other way, Top 500 companies of the world contribute 30% or 38% to the global GDP. It's about $30 trillion. Out of these top 500 companies, 9 companies are in Taiwan, which contribute about 66% of Taiwanese GDP. 35 companies today, which is the highest company in the world in Fortune 500 companies in China, contribute to about 55% of Chinese GDP. So because you have such large firm, everything actually falls into place. But here, if you're going to do startup, there's so much of struggle because we just have 7 firms in the Fortune 500 companies. Out of those 7 firms, 4 firms are, government firms, the ONGC and the likes. And then only Reliance, Tata, and one Rajesh Export, which is in the Fortune 500 companies. So this country requires at least 150 or 100 Fortune 500 firms to actually come to 17-18 trillion dollars of GDP, which is actually average of the global GDP. So if we want to actually get to the average, which is 18% population living on 18% of the global GDP, I think that is about 17-18 trillion dollars. And for that, we need at least 100 firms. with this insight, I started working with the government, and I realized that government has been looking for solutions. I had two options. One, can you change the government of 75 years, almost like boiling the ocean, or you do something else? But then I thought that despite the boiling the ocean, it's an opportunity for us to change this country. And let me tell you, I've worked with the government, and I found that I used to think that there are 6 forces responsible for the situation of our country: the politicians, the bureaucrats, the entrepreneurs, the high-level professionals, the media, and the judiciary. But after this interaction, I found that the only one force responsible was entrepreneur, because he, or the top-level entrepreneurs, he got the information, but he never tried to change. And let me tell you, I'm very, humbly, I would like to say that the PLI, the Production Linked Incentive Scheme, which has come to India, 147,000 crore government has, pledged to this scheme, has come because we have been able to make the government understand how important it is for you to build the companies of India. And the next step is government is taking a lot of steps. And I'm very sure that the possibilities we are standing at in Lava is, this company, which is a less than $1 billion company, has a potential to be a $50 billion company, because the principle is very simple. Once you are at the lower per capita income and you acquire skills and economies of scale, your output become very competitive. So the job what we are doing is to create skills and create economies of scales in India in the electronic segment. From $70 billion as a country, what we are producing right now, we want to go to $300 billion in 4 years and become the number one exporting product from India, in electronics. And I believe that Lava has a potential to really unlock the opportunity for India and Indians and showcase as to what is the possible, what are the possibilities from the country. And therefore, I would like to say that, while I was listening to Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, I would like to add Jai Prayatnavan, somebody who is actually working and making sure that things are changing. The entrepreneur is the most valuable person for the nation. People don't understand sometimes. They think that whatever you're producing is for yourself. No, nothing. Even Mukesh Ambani, who has such large house, he sleeps on one side of the bed. Everything belongs to others. That's what is the second thing I thought. So when I said that anything is possible, I've told that anything is possible. I know that, from here we can do such a large business as a company, and we can showcase the possibility. I have personally witnessed a snail, for example, when I go and see what happens in the ground. I've witnessed snail. When the snail goes, it goes on a red, red color stone. It changes red into red color. A yellow color stone, it changes into yellow color. Because of the passion of survival, God has given power for it to change. So if you really want to do something, anything you want to do, I've seen it is completely possible. वो कहते हैं ना, जैसे वो शाहरुख खान की फिल्म में कोट किया था उसने कि इतनी शिद्दत से तुझे पाने की कोशिश की है कि जर्रे जर्रे ने मुझे तुझसे मिलाने की साजिश की है. So if you can envision something and really focus on that, I think it is completely possible. I've seen this in all my life. And last thing I wanted to close this thing by sharing that you can only do that. I've realized that nothing in the nature exists for your own self. Everything exists for others. That's what I've realized. And which means that whether it is this table I'm standing, it is not for itself. The sun, the moon, the air, even the human lives. And at the least, even at the level of insects, we work for our own families. Even the insect also is working to make his offspring survive. So that's the lowest level of evolution. We don't work for ourselves. We work for our own family. But as we allow our horizon to expand, I think we will get the power from the universe to uh, give the best to most people for whom we think. That's the thing I've realized. Which means that if you think for your family, you'll get for your family. If you expand the family to a larger family, maybe 30,000 people, 100,000 people, nature will give you to make sure that you can run a 100,000 people company, or somebody who can think about, the whole humanity. We call Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Then, the nature will give power to feed everyone. I think that's the potential we have. Lastly, I would like to just quote, before I leave, that when you'll err, you'll do mistakes. And for this, no better quote I found. I'll just read it out from my cell. It is Mr. Roosevelt. He said that it is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out as to how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of the deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasm, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place can never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insightful views with us. Your words have been very inspiring for us management students. May I now request Dr. Saman Shanpriya to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Mr. Hariom Rai, with a memento. Please, sir.
Thank you, sir. Moving on, I would like to introduce our guest of honor, Dr. Srinivasan Iyengar. Dr. Srinivasan is director at Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies, Mumbai University. He is a professor in the area of strategic management and retail marketing. He holds a PhD degree in management from Mumbai University and has more than 20 years of experience in corporate consulting and academics. His areas of interest are strategic management, international marketing, and retail shoppers' behavior. He has authored books on strategy, retail, and management. He has also published articles, research papers, and case studies in national and international journals. Sir, we are honored to have you amongst us today. I request you to kindly address the audience. Please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Fantastic. I thank LBS Institute for inviting me for the wonderful conference, and coordinator Smita Sharma, and a fantastic entrepreneurship journey of Hariom Rai. In fact, we heard about, we read in paper, got opportunity to listen. Thank you, sir. It's a finest Indian case, go for it. I'll come back to that later. And Dr. Praveen Gupta ji, Ajay Sood, and Saman, and all the audience. It's a fantastic topic which we'd like to share some marketing realities during post-COVID. Marketing, that's what when I found that discussion of Mr. Hariom Rai, when I hear this story, I would like to connect the word, smooth wind never makes good sailor. The person who gets struggle, they always become success. That's the one thin line if you talk about. If you get everything on platter, we may not enjoy it. The reason why I would like to connect, because the topic also marketing realities post-COVID. In fact, I would like to bring little story behind. If you take the company like a world-class Fortune 500 companies like a Microsoft, HP, Netflix, Airbnb, GE, Disney, General Motors to some extent. All these companies has one similarities. These all the companies started during recession time. These all the companies started during turbulent time. They never started the company when the market was good, because I strongly feel, yeah, it has COVID impacted. There is no second thought on it, but I found the positive side of it. How these companies marketing, even if you see Indian company like Policy Bazaar, Zomato, Big Basket, all these companies started during the turbulent time. Take that example, the guy who worked in before COVID with the one company, WebEx. He left and started the company during 1999. He had 10 million users. Within a year, the company could able to acquire 350 million. Right? His valuation grown into more than 100 billion, almost 385% growth just a period of time before COVID and after COVID. I believe you must be knowing it, which I am mentioning. The name of the gentleman from China has settled in US called Eric. Do you know which brand I am mentioning? Most of the people today who spend that brand invariably on Zoom platform. Classic example, you can see how before COVID and after COVID, Reliance. There is a one turbulent company in Mumbai, Alok Industries. Reliance took it over before COVID, and they were not there in the business before. They were in polymer, textile. They doesn't know what is PPE kit. But Alok Industries, they took it over and they made a PPE kit. Today, Reliance is one of the largest exporters and supported during COVID time. That's what even Rai said, right? There's the right time companies should support the government. They are the back centers. That's what really happened during the time. Most of the businessmen, they could able to see during the COVID how the company could able to transform their business model. In fact, I'm going to, because if we talk about the businesses, during COVID and post-COVID, you can see something reality. World-class companies never survived in certain times. We never thought of it, For an example, I'm sure I would like to connect the dot, because there is a legendary sitting in mobile who made an attempt to make Indian brand also can do something. The clever thing about that, BlackBerry, Jim Keynes, when he was having a BlackBerry, research in motion, the brand, and when Apple came, you can go to YouTube, you'll find the YouTube of this. BlackBerry never thought Apple is a competitor. It's an inconvenient truth. He said, BlackBerry? He said, we are the world's biggest brand, our push mail, our technology, our OS. We don't consider the brand as an Apple. He said, very expensive. There is no QWERTY keyboard. It is a touchscreen. But today, you know the reality. Who replaced the market? BlackBerry has become bankrupt. Same thing happened with Nokia, which I don't want to repeat. Jim Keynes. If you go to the Google and search it, why you lost? The people asked this question. World biggest brand. They said, he said, I don't know why we lost. We never, that is a statement. Huh? In fact, if you see the statement which made by Jim Keynes, he said, we don't know what we did mistake. Something we lost. That's it. We didn't do anything wrong. हमारा कुछ भी गलती नहीं किया, but somehow we lost. I don't know why. This is what market dynamics we talk about. Same thing happened with Stephen Elopes. And another classic example would like to quote, right? The one of the finest brand is Netflix. And Blockbuster, Jim Keynes, he also talked about Jim Keynes' Blockbuster. He never thought Netflix is going to become a competitor. He said, is it a business? And today, if you see, Blockbuster became a bankrupt. Same thing happened with Steve Ballmer. Steve Ballmer heading that, BlackBerry businesses. World-class companies became bankrupt, and you find that opportunity today. In fact, I recently took a director at Bajaj. First time in the history of Bajaj, we could able to complete the placement in 3 days. In fact, I have sent a letter to 70 plus company rejection. We couldn't able to accommodate the student. And 3 days we completed a placement, highest package in the history of Bajaj. Trust me, none of the students came to campus, not even a day. They don't know what is Jamnalal Bajaj campus look like. This COVID entire thing we have done online. We never experienced before. Online session. It happened to your B school, across B schools in India. And the COVID gave that opportunity. We could able to bring the faculty from international. That cost gone into absolute minuscule. Our expenses gone down. What I'm telling you this, whether it is a recession, slowdown or meltdown, whether it is a COVID, or we always say, right, this is slowdown, industries meltdown. I take it this as an opportunity, right? When you are trying an ice cream, when you have a cup ice cream, your consumer buying pattern is different from when you have a cone ice. Or when you have a stick ice, right? The bar stick, like a choco coated chocolate bar, right? Choco bar. Have you noticed it in your body language? When you have a choco bar, when you want to consume it, no, it melts fast and you never allow that ice cream to fall down. That is a normal consumption pattern, right? That's what we consume. We tended to consume fast because the ice cream melts fast. Still, we are not exited from COVID. But remember that whether it is a COVID or slowdown or meltdown or recession, whatever you can call, these are all short term. It is not a long term at all. So what you will have to do, you will have to react to the competition, you have to react to the short term, and you should take an opportunity because you don't get it back. So what are the advantage you have? Inverted comma, during this time, customer has a sufficient time to think it over. For an example, I was reviewing that, McKinsey brand, what we should do during the COVID. And the old truth, what we talk about in marketing, we always talk about marketing. What we discuss, marketing begins with what your customer. It's all about customer. But the new fact is new belief. Don't talk about customer, talk about segments. Market is for everyone. Market is meant for Bentley. Market is also Mini Cooper. Market also meant for Alto or Wagoner. Who is good, who is bad is nothing. Country like India, 130 crore population, we should know how to target your customer, how to target your segments, because product never competes, segment competes. That's what today BBK, the person who is sitting here, he knows, most of the people doesn't know in India, the brand which competes within the product. Vivo, Oppo, OnePlus, Realme, all 4 brands owned by the same company. And how do they differentiate the product? All products target different segment, but the product competes in the reality. It has happened with a world-class company, eyewear. 70% brands owned by the same company. So what do you want to know about the customer? Why do you want to create your own customer segment? Very simple. The thumb rule is today, you talk about the customer when we talk about millennial versus generation X versus generation Y. Today is the customer time. We don't have a time. Today the shortage of time. What you should do? And customer doesn't have a time to think it over. We should hit the customer exactly what is my product. Your communication should be very clear. This is my customer. This is my portfolio. 80s, if we talk about, there is no shampoo also except Clinic Plus. But today customer doesn't want Clinic Plus. Please understand. Today people need head and shoulder. If I want to sell shampoo, I have to show my shoulder. If I want to sell toothpaste, I have to show my hand. See the different way they are communicating it. And Garnier is different. If you talk about within shampoo, earlier days, there is no segment as a shampoo. But today, if you want to buy a shampoo, if you go to the store, every shampoo talk about different value. Somebody talk about strength, somebody talk about air break, somebody talk about air fall, somebody talk about dandruff, somebody talk about softness. You can see all the Bollywood actors, what are the problems they highlight in their advertisement. Because they clearly mention. They talk about the segments. I still remember yoga. Nobody talks before. It is restricted to certain age, certain people, certain community. Am I right? But today yoga, you can check right now, you are a millennials. You can check open your mobile and check it out in your Google or go to Amazon, check it out. Today, if I ask somebody, Pregnant lady, yoga is different from others. If the kids wanted to do yoga, morning yoga, afternoon yoga, evening yoga. You can go to Amazon, whatever I said, type it, you will get a textbook. Earlier days, only one yoga, nobody knows who is the publisher, one yoga which segments everyone, the way ambassador car does, one car for all occasion. But today what's happening is, we have a multiple segments. In fact, the beauty other thing, there is a new jargon comes called doga. You know what is doga? Yoga for dogs. Today, most of the people goes walking with the dog because dog get BP and sugar. Not even these people. Doctor advised them to take the dogs to the out. What a fantastic market were you talking about? That plus, if you talk about the newspaper, 1,20,000 newspapers, what could be the format, whatever the language. That is the country what we talk about. Television channel within the kids 100 plus channel. Baby TV doesn't suit to Jetix or Cartoon Network because my baby is less than a year. I want to watch. So what we talk about, if we are a marketer, this is the right time. In fact, that's what the companies could be able to do that. Please understand that. They try to go into micro level strategy. And this is the time where customer get time to browse. They can ready to see which is good. And in fact, I'll appreciate that during this COVID time, most of the product became a commodity. In fact, we talk about everything brand. There are many products turned into commodity, and every company started to manufacturing because there is an opportunity. And today people doesn't pay for brand. This became more or less most of the product became a commodity on certain segments. So first thing what we talk about, marketing begins with know your customer, but reality we talk about more about the segment. Right? So try to talk about more or less segment because why we have to talk about segment? It talks about affordability. If we talk about today's how market has changed in the reality. Right? And today when you talk about other segment, what made the marketing change? Completely we moved into online. What is the specialty about online during a COVID? Today you talk about where India stands on per capita consumption of data. What much price we pay? What is the internet mobile penetration? India is completely moves into Vodafone became dead because there is no voice business. Today's everything became data. That's why Reliance started with the core business of oil. That is a mirror impact to become a data. Geo. Oil is the mirror impact of Geo. That's today India is talk about what? Data. Entire world talk about data. So what is happening in today data driven economy? The future oil is data. During that COVID, what's happening is that online shopping. Before COVID, after COVID, Amazon could be able to have a 30% new businesses, and the companies were started less than 3 weeks, and they could be able to prove to the world they are good in the business. And what's happening is completely changing the business model. In online retail, you can see how many brands are emerged, how many penetration has happened. What is the valuation? How many companies become unicorn? You come to know the reality. During COVID, yes, it happened during, still COVID is there, not exited up, please. Because we don't talk about post-COVID, still COVID is there, but you can see the reality, how the market is creating it. Completely market moving towards online shopping. What is the advantage of online shopping? Completely it avoids the businesses of physical expense, physical expenditure. And that's why today you can see that entire business model shifted into online and the products are reaching to the customer place with the cost effective way. But again, we don't say whether it's an effective business model or they're making business. All unicorns become a profitable business model. That is a different topic. I don't want to get into this topic like, the brand like Shopclose, Flipkart, are they really make money? That is not the topic of today. We talk about how that online emerged post-COVID. You can ask yourself, normally we thought millennial, they only use more online products. That's inconvenient truth. And today, if you see, most of the online products are purchased by even generation X and Y who are supposed to be late 80s and 90s also now started using it. So that is a great thing happened post-COVID. Completely, if you talk about Big Basket, also got a wonderful funding. And today you can talk about all the valuation. There are emerging new brand. Many of the new brands also launched post-COVID. Please understand that. Whether in automobile or FMCG. I can give you the list. In fact, we are doing a research on it. And second thing, what happened post-COVID, e-services. What is e-services if we talk about? Not only the physical product. Today, if we talk about all pharma, come with a stethoscope and say, boss, I'm a doctor, means you should have a stethoscope. डेंटिस्ट का पास स्टेथोस्कोप पर कुछ देना लेना नहीं, फिर भी लोग दिखाते हैं, क्यों भाई? अरे डॉक्टर है. But today we are doing a doctor through online. Today it is we are proved that people are accepting it. In fact, we are also having 150 doctors in Mumbai. I am consulting a brand, Welcome Cure. We are doing it. Our valuation is increased. The number of customer acceptance is down because you know why? There is no, even if it is the world-class doctor, even if it is a physically issued, that business happens within certain kilometers. The most of the businesses comes less than 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. That's it. If the doctor whichever is there, their business model were not there before 1998. Even Apple in 1998 supposed to be bankrupt. But today this company became world class. Nobody could thought Netflix became. And today you can see that another one, what happening is everything people wanted to come to the home. Please remember, today that is one positive things happen. People are spending quality time at home. They are spending quality time with family. And today what's happening, because of that, most of the males also become good chef. It's a fact, right? And kids started learning cooking. And today what's happening is ready to eat foods, door delivery, new platforms emerged. And because of that, also what happened, there's a new trend which has happened, not only from the cooking and all, it is also fact that most of the delivery stores, they have proved that Zippies, Tomato, many brands, more entrepreneurial driven economy has come in. You can see last 2 years how many brands has emerged, how many new entrepreneurs are coming. Trust me, phenomenally great concepts are coming in. And the OTT platform penetration, the content, because when we are at home, what's happening is the conventional way, work from home became the new normal. Even yesterday, I was attending some session at our business school. It is going to be the hybrid near future. Whether we like or not, it is going to be the future of that. And when we at Bajaj, if we talk about, people are accepting it. Earlier it is not, but now it is everything acceptable. People are absolutely open-minded. They talk about performance. Work from home is going to be the future concept. One inconvenient truth, property prices still it is there, but the property is become more another area where you will find people try to come with, because properties are, inventories are more, there is a huge demand supply gap, demand and supply. What people are doing, they are all reinventing it. In one of my clients in Mumbai, post-COVID, create a nano budget house. They want to sell a property in Mumbai. Everybody struggle to sell a house. Properties, there is a history across India, but these guys could able to sell the property on weekend, 2,500 flats, just 3 days in Mumbai. How they could able to do that? Because they thought, okay, if I do conventional business model, I can't able to survive. Now what should I do? Come with nano housing. Low price without compromising quality using alternative supplies. In fact, yesterday we invited our transport minister, Nitin Gadkari, 30-minute speech. We couldn't believe the way the products which is coming with the Indian, government vision on that. Nitrogen, fuel gas, EV. And you can see this entire product, we are invested 2 products in Bangalore-based alternatives for EV vehicles, and they are going to become a platform to replacing the battery. Like they will be aggregator. How the concepts were emerging, please understand that these are all happened because people think more and they try to come with alternative solution with a low price without compromising quality. We will call it frugal innovation, whatever you nomenclature it. But they have to reinvent their business model. Which happened in the COVID in the market, we are all became community driven. Earlier days, community was identified different. Today, companies also wanted their community. And I'm sure tomorrow, Harivom Saab also will create his own community of Lava customers. And he realized that I can't sell my own computers, Lava can create alternative products. Because today, Michael Porter also talk about that. Don't give the product, give the solution. And today, every company try to reinvent themselves. Can I create my own community? Because every company is creating a bundle of the product, not only a core product. Amazon started with book, but where is today they are? Same thing with Paytm. You take any great company, what they are attempting it, they want to create their own community of people and try to give maximum product to the customer. Because today the customer acquisition cost post-COVID also come down. Because when the customer tried your product, that's what we said, right? The product which we talk about, digital marketing, that is going to be the next trend. The conventional marketing are going to die. The conventional sales, that's what even show. Or automobile because of the impact of salesman, or I'll go to the showroom and change my design or change my model or change my brand. Very rarely. Today, companies doesn't want to focus. The new skills are emerged. So what's happening is today it is become trust-based. Is the conventional marketing also need to be reinvented, sir. If you follow the old principle, we may not be there in the market. So how do you create a trust? That's what we said, right? First we talk about that, then we talk about planet first. Triple bottom line approach. Today people are talking as a jargon. In reality, it is also implementing it. People, planet, profit. People wanted to give something because they realize the value of the life. We don't know. Nobody is sure about that company. Will they survive? Forget about that Schumpeter. He has done that business line because of digitization. Industry is reduced to 17 years, less than 20 years. Earlier days business run for 60, 70 years. But today it is not a story. Nobody can confident to say my company will survive another 10 years. This is scenario. We don't know from where the competition will come. Unexpected competition. If you know your competitor, you know how to react. But the competitor's substitute alternatives are more. So how are you going to face it? Now they said, if you want to compete with your customers, in fact, earlier days is all about competition, but today we talk about collaboration. Post-COVID, we realized that synergy, everybody's strength. You are competing with the best experience with what customer had earlier day. That's it. Now, Big Basket is not competing with any other player. Please understand that. I delivered something good product. Can I do better than my last delivery? Jio is not going to compete with any of the retailers in that online format. No, he is not going to compete with DMart at all. Jio is competing themselves because they say last time I gave better experience. If we don't give consistency, I bound to be exit from the market. Today, competition became irrelevant. Collaboration is going to be the future. Growing together, Tesla, take the classic example, you'll come to know. That is not his core business. He's not an engineer, but he could be able to make world-class car. In fact, he has a tie-up with Weather Corporation. Can you believe? What is Tesla will have alliance with weather prediction in Japan? If you see the Tesla business model, you will come to know it is completely transformed. How could able to do? That's what we said. Please try to compete with your best customer experience what they had earlier. Right? We'll have to work on the key performance index. Every time try to give the best experience to the customer. If you give tractor, customer doesn't buy. My tractor will have a software, hardware, connectivity component, because my tractor customer farmer doesn't want only a farmer. They want all these things to be connected. MG Motors internet inside. Why tractor we should have all these components? Weather prediction, seed, quality, bubblot. If you see bubblot badminton racket, it's not a racket. It gives solutions. Ralph Lauren, it's not a shirt. It is a digital shirt. Right? Try to give experience more. Customer doesn't. The 4 P's need to be reinvented. Post-COVID, people are trying to do that. What is the 4 P's reinvented? Instead of product, solution. Instead of price, talk about value. Instead of promotion, talk about education. Instead of distribution, talk about access. Again, I'll repeat this 4 P's out need to be reinvented. Product, solution. Price, value. Promotion, education. Distribution, access. Right? So, what we try to talk about, new customer doesn't want to try something. They want exactly what they were committed companies. Right? And today we talk about customers are more engaging in online. They are committed with more online products and normally we say marketing strategy is all about customer at the heart. Customer is the art of customer journey. So we have to take to the customer, take them to the. Remember that there's a difference between taking a customer as a strategy than taking as a journey, right? And the relationship is all matter. Relationship is everything, right? And today, post-COVID, realize that what is the value of relationship? People, value, trust. And today we talk about agility. Right? That is a one buzzword which is emerging very well. And how agile you are, how do you react to the competition, how do you create your low value proposition, how do you stand different from the competitors, and how you can create something, the product which will stand differentiate, whether it's a product or service. Agile is a success mantra. Right? I think with this great opportunity, I thank everyone for giving this finest opportunity, because I always start lecture on time, but I'll complete it also on time. Starting is not with me, but I can complete the lectures on time. It is with me. So I thank everyone for giving me a wonderful opportunity, and thanks to ma'am, Smita Sharma, and Harivom sir, and Praveen Gupta, and Ajay Sood sir, Dr. Samant. Had a wonderful time. If you have any one or two questions, appreciated. I thank everyone for the fantastic, fabulous opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. I would now like to request Professor Praveen Gupta to kindly felicitate Dr. Srinivasan with a memento.
So I request Dr. Saman to take that memento on behalf of me. It's a great effort and the finest conference it is.
Thank you, sir. We are deeply honored to have with us our beloved chairman, Shri Anil Shastri ji, who has joined us for the program. I request Dr. Rekha Gupta to welcome him with a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Moving on, we are proud to announce the release of Markopedia, the annual magazine of Genesis, the marketing club of LBSIM. May I please request Team Genesis to bring the copies of Markopedia on stage and join the dignitaries for its release. I also request Samant sir and our Honorable Chairman sir to please come up on the stage and do the honors. Thank you, everyone. Now, I would like to invite Colonel Ajay Sood to kindly deliver the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Hariom Rai, Chairman and Managing Director, Lava International Limited. Guest of Honor, Dr. Srinivasan R. Iyengar, Director, Jamnalal Bajaj, Institute of Management Studies, Mumbai. Shri Anil Shastriji, Honorable Chairman, Board of Governors, Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management. Dr. Praveen Gupta, Director, LBSIM, and Chairperson of today's marketing conference. Dr. Smita Sharma, along with her team of marketing organizing committee, faculty colleagues, administrative staff, all guests sitting in front and also connected online, all students, those who are here and also connected online. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose the vote of thanks on the occasion of National Marketing Conference 2022 on the theme Unwind the Bind, the new marketing realities in the post-COVID world. First of all, I would like to offer my sincere thanks to Mr. Hariom Rai, who spared his valuable time and visited the institute and delivered a very enthralling address. He spoke on entrepreneurship. He spoke from his life, how the journey started in 1992, when he earned rupees 4,000 a month, to now becoming the CMD of a very renowned brand, Lava. Sir, we are only happy, and all the persons here, they got a lot of insight from your journey. We have got an entrepreneur club, we have got other students, those who are going to emulate you and probably may like to contact you also during the journey in case they face any difficulty. We are very much thankful to you for all the good things, for all the motivational things you have spoken about entrepreneurship. Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Srinivas Iyengar, the guest of honor, he took us from the pandemic times to how we can counter the challenges of pandemic and convert these into opportunities. He also mentioned various business models which prospered because of adversities, the presence of mind, and the will to do on the part of the persons made the business run. Sir, we are very thankful for the deep insight, various examples given from various companies which will help our students to charter a path in their own life. We thank you so much from the bottom of our heart. I also offer my sincere thanks to our chairman, beloved Anil Shastri ji, for gracing the occasion. The most valuable lessons on marketing have been given to us by our chairman through his life experiences, through the corporate experiences he had, and the teachings of Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri ji. Your constant guidance and support to us has helped us in excel in various fields. On this occasion, the chairman has also released the magazine Markopedia by Genesis, which is the marketing club of LBSIM. I also take this opportunity to thank the convener of this club, Dr. Saman Shad Priya, and his team who brought about this magazine, which is going to help our students. Dr. Praveen Gupta, director and also the chairperson of the marketing conference, enlightened us on various marketing techniques. Armed with the industry experience and coupled with the educational backup later on what he received, he mesmerizes everyone with his out-of-the-box thinking. He thinks 10 steps ahead and also executes what he has thought in the given time frame. Your valuable guidance is very much liked by one and all, and we always look for the same. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the event like this cannot be conceived overnight. It is a toil which the organizing committee has done over a few days, weeks, to bring everything together and then conduct this kind of event. So at this point in time, I would like to compliment and thank Dr. Smita Sharma and her team who brought about and make this conference so successful. The Genesis Club, other students' bodies, as well as the management grid members involved in organizing team toiled hard and looked after the nitty-gritties for the smooth conduct of the conference. Our sincere thanks to all of them. We also recognize the participation of other faculty colleagues, administrative staff, and students present here for their behind-the-scene contribution, and thank each one of you for the successful conduct of this particular conference. In the end, I'll again say thank one and all to everybody present here. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll be taking a short break of 15 minutes. Everybody is requested to kindly reassemble at 12:20 p.m. Thank you.
Requested to please be seated. All the students are requested to please be seated. Thank you.
I welcome everyone for the technical session 1. I would request Professor Shailendra Tyagi and Harshita Garg, coordinator, the Genesis, the marketing club of LBSIM, to kindly grace the dais. To begin with, I, Shubhangi Gupta, a PGDM first year student, would like to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Anup Kumar. Mr. Kumar is a chemistry graduate with post-graduation at Advertising and Communication Management. He has 24 years of experience in media and communication industry across various categories. He has been instrumental in bringing many brands on digital media in early years in India. Mr. Kumar is the co-founder of Oplifi, and prior to that, he was serving as partner client leadership in Mindshare. As a co-founder of Oplifi, he is responsible for driving the P&L across APEC market. Sir, it's an honor to have you amongst us today. I would request you to kindly address the audience.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I've also made a presentation. Would you like to share that, or I can share it from here?
Sir, you can share the PPT with us. We will share it.
Okay, I've already sent to.
Sir, it is with us. We are sharing in just a minute.
Oh. Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I basically come from media planning background, so all my life I have been in the media. So I will talk more from media perspective as to how marketing and media has shifted after pandemic. So after pandemic, we can't keep on saying after pandemic even after 2 years, right? So this is now the new reality, and this is now the new present and future, right? I am unable to see the presentation slide. Are you on slide number 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you look at that, the yellow bands talks about the volume of advertising that happens in India. So what is the total ad expenditure in India, right? So if you look at 2010, the first bar, it was around 30,000 crores. Then you move 5 years ahead. In 2015, it moved up. It almost so this is the year when pandemic hit us, where almost all the major industries were hit, except for 2, which is FMCG and e-commerce, right? So most of the people lost their jobs, especially if they were in travel and tourism, hotel, airlines, right? Those people lost their lives. Schools were shut, colleges were shut. Most of the people were unable to commute because of the lockdown. It took a hit, and that is reflected in the number of dollars that were spent in advertising, right? And when you look at 2021, it has actually come up to 88,000 crores, which is almost equivalent and slightly more than 2019 year, right? Now, the interesting part to look at it is the bars that you can see. If you look at the blue ones, that is the share of spend on TV. So TV 10 years back was around 40%. It is again stagnated at 42%. When you look at green bar, which is print is actually shrinking. So people have started moving away from print. That is why advertisers have stopped spending on print and they have started shifting to other media. And then you look at the purple band, that is the digital media, where maximum spends have started moving. And the prediction for next year is that digital will take over the TV spends, which is a mega shift, right? This is first reality in the media industry that has happened after pandemic. So you have to take note of the fact that why did this happen? Did advertisers or the client just started spending on digital just to be relevant to the masses, or there was some actual shift that has happened, right? Next slide, please. Here I have put what are the top spenders, top categories. So if you look at FMCG, they contribute to around 34% on the entire advertising that happens in India, followed by e-commerce, followed by education 9%, then auto 8%, right? When you look at FMCG and e-commerce, together they amount to around 50% of the advertising spend. And because FMCG and e-commerce actually didn't stop advertising in 2020 because everyone needed food to eat, right? Everyone and all the e-commerce started playing on the fact that now because it is lockdown, you cannot go out of your house to do shopping. Please shop online, right? Next slide, please. So what actually happened when we went into pandemic? When the lockdown happened, everything which all the platforms, all the industry, all the mediums which were able to transition to digital media survived, right? FMCG started selling more from Amazon. They started doing their home deliveries, right? Similarly, e-commerce channels started advertising saying, come and buy on our platform, don't go out, right? Then BFSI started advertising, no need to pay cash, pay via credit card, pay via UPI, right? Because of the lockdown, what happened was there were no fresh TV serials or movies were being produced because everything stopped. So people were forced to watch the repeats and reruns of the serials, right? So TV started losing the charm. Similarly, print, what happened was people started fearing that newspapers say Corona aa jayega, right? Because you have to touch it, you have to feel it, and it was spreading via touch, it was spreading in air, right? So actually the print took a major dip. What also happened was you wanted your content to be watched on TV. You were not getting fresh content, right? You started watching the same video content on digital platform. Newspaper, the habit shifted from reading newspaper to reading news on your mobile phone, on your laptop, right? So these started gaining a lot. Also during lockdown, what happened was it was always your screen, right? Whether it is laptop or mobile, whether you were working, whether you were studying, whether it was playtime, everything was screen time, right? So actually what pandemic did was it accelerated the digitization of the world. So everyone had to have one smartphone or a laptop with internet connection, whether for studies or for work. So whatever advertisement movement happened towards digital is because of all this situation that has happened. So more and more OTT contents started coming up. People stopped going out to cinema because of fear of COVID. Also after 20 days, 1 month, all the big cinemas started coming onto OTT platforms. So what was the need to go to cinema halls, right? For their leisure time, during their leisure time, people started playing online games instead of going out, right? So these were the factors that has led to digitization, and now suddenly from TV being the #1 media in India, whether in terms of reach, whether in terms of ad expenditure, it has now become digital as #1 medium. Next slide, please. This is just to give a context of what is the population of India and how many people have access to TV, how many people have access to internet. So if you see out of 135 crores population of India, 35% of population lives in urban areas of India. Around 90 crores people have access to TV, and around 62 crore people watch digital or have access to internet. This number is quite conflicting because it only says active internet users, but overall it is around 80 crores what we feel, right? So you can see the context, how suddenly India has almost equivalent number of TV households as digital households, right? Also, these numbers do not reflect the true numbers because most of the house have one internet broadband IP address, right? And then there are multiple devices behind it. So a 5-year-old child may not be having their own mobile number or internet connection, but he or she is still a digital child because he is using his mother or father's laptop or mobile phone, right? So that way digital has become big. Next slide, please. So this is one slide which you learn in the college, you will learn in the textbook, right? Which is the common sense. Like you have to figure out what is the media objective. You have to know about the competition category that you are operating in. Where do you stand? You do your SWOT analysis. Same, right? On TV. But when you move to digital medium, you can actually customize. You can reach out to a younger audience with a different creative. You can reach out to, and you can actually sharp target because digital gives you that opportunity to. Not the reality after post-pandemic. This was always true on the digital platform because you can now sharp target them basis age, gender, whatever is possible. Also because now 80 crore population of India is digital, it doesn't mean everyone understands English or Hindi, right? So in Tamil Nadu, you should reach out to the masses in Tamil language. So regional language will have to play a major role. Even though we feel world is connected, but at the same time, everyone wants to, the first language is where people will comprehend more, right? If you will talk to a person in Andhra Pradesh in Hindi, they will not understand anything. Similarly, try to work out the multimedia approach. Video has started working because earlier, in order to make a video ad, you had to serve it on TV. TV is a costly medium, but today you just have to post it on your Facebook or on your YouTube channel. Because of AV media, people will have a very, very high level of understanding. People can understand AV media more in a more better way as compared to any static media, right? And what is the future of all the brands? So every brand has to have a website. Apart from the website, they have to have a social media presence, right? Even if it is a small sari shop or a small retailer, they have to have a website so that they are discoverable. Most of the people just type sari shop near me, right? ATM near me. Unless you have a digital footprint, people will not be able to track you. So these have become basics. Other media will still play a role. For example, TV, if you have big budget, big brand, and if you want to reach out to all India at one go, you will have to use TV. Newspaper, it has started coming back, bouncing back. Some of the people, especially in the smaller towns and in the older age group, they have a habit of reading newspaper, right? So you can still use it if you want to do some tactical, local or quick reach build up advertisement. Radio, now world is slowly coming back, right? Colleges are open, offices are opening up. So while commuting, people still tune to radio. But what has happened is here also people have started having have started listening to music on their apps, on their mobile apps, right? But if you want to reach out to rural population or media dark areas, you will have to use All India Radio, right? Not everyone is using Spotify or Savan Gana. By media dark areas, I mean where people do not have access to even TV or radio, then what do? You will have wall painting, you will have bus or auto branding, right? So in India, because it is not an advanced, it is not a very, very developed country, you will still have that dichotomy playing, right? So suddenly by saying that how the marketing has shifted in the digital world or post-pandemic world, imagine and remember, please, 65% of India is still in rural. Rural doesn't mean poor. So a farmer in Punjab might be richer than a person in Jharkhand or Chhattisgarh who is not living in rural area. Rural and urban is just a demographic and geographic segregation, which is the kind of occupation they are into, right? So you have to keep into mind all these things. And finally, coming to my last slide, there are certain things that you still need to do, which is the basics of marketing. And if you are going to remain in the marketing field or brand field, you have to start your day with the category scan. Category doesn't only mean the brand and category that you are operating in, but also the media environment, what is happening around the world, right? What is the current trends happening? For example, if Russia and Ukraine is having a war, you have to follow and be cognizant of the fact that today all the news sites and news channels will be only talking about war. It's better not to advertise during these times, in the morbid times, right? On left hand side, you are seeing gory details of the war, and on the right hand side, you are showing a chirpy face selling some toothpaste. It actually backfires. People are not in that right frame of mind. So you need to be cognizant what is happening, what is not, right? And become a customer. If you want to know, if you want to understand how actually a customer will behave, you have to go through that drill. And also, lastly, I recommend every one of you, please do market visits. Unless you see the entire India or wherever you are operating, you will not understand what is the consumer insight, what is the trigger why consumer is purchasing, and what is their media habit, right? So basics will remain same whether we are living where what we were doing 20 years back. Is just that we need to keep our eyes and ear open and be cognizant of the fact what is happening around the world. That's it from my side. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable insights. I would now request Harshit Goel, a PGDM first year student, to kindly moderate the question and answer session.
Good afternoon, sir. So,
Good afternoon.
the question is, what are your views on how will the stay-home culture will impact experiential marketing?
So first of all, like the previous speaker said, it's going to be a hybrid model, right? You are now attending college. Similarly, all the schools and colleges have opened. Even Delhi universities have stopped doing virtual classes. Everything is offline now. So world wants to come back because it's not healthy that you keep working and playing only virtually, right? Have you seen the movie WALL-E, The Future of Human Being? All fat guys sitting who is unable to move their fingers also, right? That is going to the future. Now look at the fear that we have at our hand. Metaverse is coming, right?
Yes, sir.
So you will not be playing outside, but you will be, your avatar or your icon will be playing, for example, Minecraft or some other game with your friend. You will be chatting there. We will be having such kind of conferences where instead of I presenting, my icon or avatar will be there. So future is that we can't ignore that, but at the same time, most of the people will have to do that physical meeting, physical activity. And that's why I said you need to be visiting market to understand the consumer and their behavior. We sitting in the metro, see, lockdown happened only in Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore. Radio industry, print industry survived because in smaller towns, Kanpur, Nagpur, markets were open. People were shopping. Mask nahi lagate the. Corona nahi tha. So there is no one size fits all strategy. You need to be very, so in this connected world, still fragmentation is there. So we have to work for everyone and devise strategies accordingly.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Harshit. Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Shailendra Tyagi and Harshita Garg to kindly felicitate Mr. Anup Kumar with a memento.
Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Harshita. Moving forward, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Gaurav Mehrotra. Mr. Mehrotra is a BTech graduate and further he completed his MBA from Narsi Monji Institute of Management Studies in Business Environment Strategy of Marketing. He has experience of more than 10 years in marketing and strategy in reputed organizations like EY, KPMG, and many more. He is the founder and CEO of Project Backlinks and is also leading the SEO of Prodigy Finance. Sir, it's an honor to have you with us today. I would now request you to kindly address the audience.
Recording in progress.
Sir, I would now request to kindly address the audience.
Right, can everybody hear my voice?
Yes, sir.
All right, perfect. And I hope that you cannot hear the peacock and the chicken who are fighting right outside my cottage. No, I'm not actually joking. I'm sitting in a cottage right now where peacock and a hen are currently fighting.
No, sir, it's not audible.
Absolutely fantastic. So that being said, thank you and good afternoon, everyone. I hope all of you are doing well. Great to be a part of this conference. I really wish I could have been there. It's just that I already had a couple of plans with me at my disposal. That being said, really fantastic experience to be a part of LBS program once again. And I hope that these 20 minutes are insightful enough for you to understand how marketing, all right, my face is a little too big. I should just go back a little. So I think it should be a good enough exposure for you to understand how marketing is progressing in 2022, what sort of trends came in the year 2021, and what could potentially be some of the takeaways that will drive the digital world moving forward in a post-pandemic era. Even with people coming back to offices, even with the normalcy coming back to life, there are quite a few things that we need to understand that have fundamentally changed. So I'll start with this presentation of mine. I think I'm unable to share my screen. Can you kindly fix that?
Yes, sir, we are giving you the presenting rights. Just a minute.
Sure.
Sir, you may now share your screen.
Perfect. Yes, you may screen now.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. Let me quickly stop my video and focus on the presentation. All right. So the first thing that jumped out to me from the title itself, Unwind the Bind, was the fact that we as a species are living in a bind itself for the last 2 years. On again, off again restrictions, certain lockdowns coming in, certain realities that we never even imagined in a fundamental life came in and allowed us to step back and rethink what our priorities are going to be. And that determined the marketing activities that happened over the last 2 years as well. That being said, a very quick digital snapshot of the world before we progress any further. So this came in from Hootsuite, who do an yearly research around what the snapshots have been. And we can now see that the overall population, a good 67%, is using mobile phones, out of which a totality of 62.5 are currently able to use internet, which is absolutely huge. You are essentially saying that in order to be able to communicate with the entirety of the globe, you don't need to purchase an ad space anywhere. If you're good enough in your entirety of the communication, you could potentially ensure that everybody in the entire globe, or rather a majority of it, can still hear your voice, which is absolutely critical. Because if we are looking at the time spent digitally, purely on a daily basis, that number has now grown to 6 hours or 51 minutes, which means that across the user age groups of 16 to 64, across any given device, you have 7 hours of their time being spent digitally. A mobile phone, a laptop, a tablet, but you have them for 7 hours on an average. If you're looking at the people who are currently either studying or working in a job, obviously that number goes even higher, which means that the amount of time that they're going to spend on their laptops, on a device which is connected to the internet, is going to be huge. And you need to create ad campaigns that resonate with these people. But in the post-pandemic era, you have to consider quite a few things came into existence. And when it comes to COVID-19, it induced a lot of feelings inside people that were already present, but it exacerbated it to an extent that we never imagined. So people who are living in lockdowns, people who are living in forced restrictions, people who are working from home, they came across all of these feelings: anger, loneliness, boredom, anxiety, irritability, and to a certain extent nostalgia, which is something that I'll come down to in a couple of minutes, that made them realize what their current situation is and is there a way out of it. Now, there is a particular term going around over the last few months called the Great Resignation, which boils down to the fact that a good number of people have resigned from their job. They have refused to go back to the same old grind of 9 to 5, because in a post-pandemic world where they saw a lot of their loved ones, a lot of their friends and families pass away, they are unwilling to make the work their priority, which means that you need to empathize with these people a little bit more in order to market to them. They have their priorities set now to a certain extent. They don't want to spend a 12 to 13 hour day sitting inside an office or in a warehouse or anywhere else cooped up, then coming back to their family all tired. They want to ensure that they are spending a good enough time with them. So when you create a marketing campaign, you need to ensure that the feeling of empathy is a core component of it. And this also comes down to a basic research work that was done by an Italian marketing team, wherein they tried to understand that during COVID lockdown or COVID restrictions, how were people actually spending their time? Was there a change in habit? And to absolutely nobody's surprise, yes, there was. People were now spending a good enough time talking to their friends and family members. They were using online accessibility to interact with their friends. Instead of spending time with them physically, they were receiving less number of calls from worker school, but they were spending a good amount of time talking to their friends, either via call or via video, and trying to connect with them. And this is encapsulated well in some of the marketing campaigns that came out in 2020, 2021, and 2022. And this is where you should be a little bit surprised. Now, a very big event just happened a couple of weeks ago, which is Super Bowl. Now, it is supposed to be a huge extravaganza of sports combined with entertainment, combined with ads. When it comes to ads, this is the costliest ad that you will see all year round. This year, for a 30-second video ad that was shown during a Super Bowl, the cost was $7 million. And the biggest ad, this from Coinbase. Now, some of you might remember the old DVD players that used to exist. You may see their logo simply bouncing around the TV screen. That's it. Absolutely nothing else. And that was Coinbase's ad. They simply had their QR where anybody who scanned this QR went to their app, and surprise, surprise, it actually made the entire app crash. So what we are looking at, a simple form of nostalgia where there's absolutely nothing creative about this. There is no fundamental advertisement, no actor, no online money being spent. All it was just a screen bouncing around like the DVD logo that used to from people's year gone by, and it allowed them to capture the highest number of engagement of any ad. Another few examples. The first one being the dairy milk ad. Now, some of you may remember an ad campaign from 1994 where dairy milk essentially showcased a cricketer who hits a six and his girlfriend jumps out of the crowd, starts dancing around. Now, this was considered to be one of the most pioneering ads from the 90s era. And what they did was a simple remake of this ad with the genders being reversed. Now, it combined absolutely perfectly with the Women World Cup arriving, and they mixed nostalgia with a little bit of empathy, a little bit of gender reversal, showcasing that they are progressive enough, and this became Cadbury's best ad of 2021. Another similar organization which used and tapped into nostalgia was Disney Hotstar, who brought in Time Master Gogo from Andaz Apna Apna. Once again, an old movie from 1994, iconic for its characters and tagline, and they simply utilized Gogo is back to create their best ad campaign of 2021. So you basically have a few ad campaigns that ensure that they are okay. No more Prime Master Gogo. So the point being, that simply tap back into nostalgia for a lot of people, ensure that their product retains certain number of eyeballs, and make sure that they are using creativity in a very new fundamental way. Another rehash, and this came in directly from an OTT platform, simply using Ramayana to ensure that their channel received one of the highest rated shows of all time. So 7.7 crore people watched an entire episode on April of 16, 2020, 33 years after it was actually aired. So when you're looking at ad campaigns, when you're looking at what an audience actually wants, it's not just about authenticity. It's not just about creativity, but sometimes you can tap into fundamental emotions that a larger audience is facing at any given point of time in order to create something great out of it. Which is why you'll see ad campaigns pertaining to Holi coming around. You'll see ad campaigns related to Diwali. You'll see ad campaigns related to Raksha Bandhan. You need to ensure that around a certain mood, you tap into the best possible emotions in order to create those ad campaigns. But there could be certain things that you also need to keep in mind around why your firm actually needs digital communication. And on that front, it's not just about entertaining the audience, but you could also educate your customers. You could provide them with good delivery service, make sure that you are interacting with people at any given point of time. And you're also mitigating risk to the highest factor. So one of the crucial examples for this could be if any customer arrives on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and tags your channel, tags your company, and lays down their grievances, you can ensure that you are meeting those grievances as quickly as possible. And the faster you do that, the better you have solved a situation from spiraling even further. Now, this could be a both high risk, high reward situation if the person who is interacting with the customer has empathy. And it ultimately boils down to whether or not they are understanding what is crucial for them. One of the key components for this is a company called Esports. Anybody who plays video games or online games would have heard of them because they are one of the largest game creator studios across the globe. When they launched a game a couple of years ago, a good chunk of it was hidden behind a firewall. It was launched on PlayStation, but even the cost of nearly 4,000 for that particular game wasn't enough. And in order to unlock the entire game, people had to make purchases to the tune of nearly 15,000 more, making the overall cost of game to be close to 20,000, which was absolutely huge. A new PlayStation itself is 35,000. When people started complaining about it, there was an official message from the social channel which said that you can either spend a lot of time or you can enjoy the game by simply paying more. And it contradicts the basic usage of a video game. Nobody would want to pay 4,000 in itself and then it still be expected to play more. So the social media team absolutely went bonkers. It became the most hated comment on the website Twitter, on the website Reddit, and garnered upwards of 5 lakh negative votes. So while it's a good thing to ensure that your communication team is present across the most number of channels, you also need to ensure that you are managing risk in a way that does not alienate away a good customer base. Now, some challenges that marketers face in this new age are being documented across multiple services. And there are 2 crucial things that jump out of it. One, people know that if a majority of their audience is now present on social media, is now using internet to drive home a good chunk of their engagement, they need to consistently create content for them. If you're going to be creating the same thing over and over again with different rehashes, people are obviously going to grow tired of it. And that comes out to be one of the biggest challenges that a marketer can face in 2022. Another thing is that with every passing month, it seems, all of these channels, including Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, even Google, is reducing the organic reach of everything that you've created. So when you log into your Facebook profile, let's just say a couple of years ago, anytime you post anything, you'll see a different number of engagement, and that has been reduced to nearly 50% of what it used to be. So what you are essentially seeing is these websites, these applications are ensuring that in order to reach the content you want to, you either spend double the time that you earlier used to, or you spend a lot of money and invest in your ad campaigns in order to make the customer see what your campaigns are. And that is causing huge issues. Earlier, if a marketing budget for a team used to be around $1 million, now it has to be close to 1.5 in order to ensure that they are the same number of people see their ad campaigns, which is going to become a huge pain point. And in order to subvert that marketing budget, they now need to spend time in creating ad campaigns that potentially grow viral, which is something that you cannot control. Another crucial aspect that jumps down is what are the outcomes that your organization needs to see? And the biggest challenge is acquiring new customers. If you are seeing that with every pass
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Shubhika. May I now request Professor Shailendra Tyagi and Harshita Garg to kindly felicitate Mr. Gaurav Mehrotra with a memento. Now, I would like to invite Professor Shailendra Tyagi to deliver the vote of thanks.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Mr. Anup Kumar and Mr. Gaurav Mehrotra, our speakers for the session, my faculty colleagues, and dear students. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose vote of thanks for this first technical session of our Marketing Conference 2022 on the theme Unwind the Bind, New Marketing Realities in the Post-Pandemic World. First of all, we offer our thanks to Mr. Anup Kumar. Sir, you talked about the shifting, how the advertisement dollars are shifting from the traditional media to the digital platforms. You also talked about that at the heart of successful advertising, understanding customer media consumption habit is the key. I'm sure your words of wisdom would benefit our students. We, sir, thank you very much. We also sincerely thank our second speaker for the session, Mr. Gaurav Mehrotra. So you talked about that feelings must be the central component of marketing communications in order to better connect with customers. And your insightful words will be beneficial to our students, and I'm sure our students have benefited from this interactive and very enriching session. So thank you very much, sir. And I also thank my faculty colleagues and the students who have been involved in making this first session of this marketing conference, first technical session, successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The third speaker of Technical Session 1, Mr. Anubhav Sharma, will be joining us at 2:15. All dignitaries and guests are requested to kindly proceed for lunch. The next session will commence at 2:15. All the students are requested to kindly be back by 2:10.
Hello, 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 check, 1, 2, sound check.
seat. I request everyone to kindly get seated. Now I would like to invite Mrs. Smita Sharma ma'am and Akshi to join us on the dais. To begin with the technical session 2, I, Ashcharya Srivastava, PGDM first year student, would like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Anubhav Sharma. Mr. Sharma is the Global Head of Alliances and Sales for Australia and New Zealand with the eBout Tech Corporation. He has varied experience in the field of IT solutions and sales and has worked in prominent MNCs like Candela Labs, Newgen, Oracle, and IBM. With over 10 years of industry experience, he is a keen lover of disrupting technologies like AI and big data. He is a distinguished alumnus of our institute. Sir, it is an honor to have you amongst us. I would now request you to kindly address the audience.
Can you please confirm if my voice can reach the furthest benches from the
Yes,
stage?
sir. You're audible.
Okay. Is it clear to the last rows as well? Otherwise,
Yes, sir.
I'll try to be louder.
Yes, sir. Good to go.
All right. Thanks a lot. So first of all, thanks to Smita ma'am for the opportunity, as well as the student body for organizing this, Praveen sir as well. So I thought instead of going through a lot of data today and a market research, which I think you can find online, right? Today, in the world of data, there's plenty of data on Google. So I thought I'll just go through a couple of anecdotes that I've collected from the last 3 or 4 years, especially in the last 2 years, because the topic is marketing after COVID and in the world of COVID. So I would like to spend much more time on anecdotes, a little bit of an introduction about me. As mentioned, I've for almost my entirety of the career, I've been in the software industry, technology industry. Started with banks and insurers with Oracle and IBM, and then I dabbled my hand in entrepreneurship as well. I started my own firm for software. Went back to the corporate after LBS. So LBS gave me a fantastic platform and an opportunity to go back into sales and marketing in IT software. Since then, I've handled a few roles, regional, global. So currently, I head alliances globally for eBout Tech. It's one of the global leaders in insurance software, and sales for only Australia and New Zealand. So I have a dual responsibility at my current firm. So if you could just flip to the first slide, please. All right, just give me one moment. I'll bring my slide deck also up on my screen. Okay, so let's just focus on only a few areas today, and then I'll keep it open for questions. By the way, you can ask me. I don't know how this works in a format where I'm speaking on the stage and people are asking because I can't see hands. But if there is any question in between, please feel free to stop me. No challenge at all. Always happy to take questions because I think this is more about interaction, right? So first thing is context. Now, I would spend a little bit of time about the context of marketing today. Number two, I would spend a little bit of time on how do you deliver a successful presentation to a particular customer that you are trying to sell to. So though I have a marketing role, so alliances, global head of alliances means that I'm supposed to work with 100 over partners across 30 countries along with the team, but that's a purely marketing role. But a majority of what I do is still sales, right? In the end, the cash register needs to ring. And the cash register only rings when you present things in the right context to your customers, right? So I'll spend a little bit of time on discovery of the customer needs and how do we discover customer needs. Then I'll spend time on, we live in wonderful times now, which is very contrary to what you would have been hearing in the news. And then a little bit of time on how you can make use of these times, right? I think that is something that you should look forward to. The last slide, the greatest opportunity of our lives. Because I firmly believe that the time which is right now, given all the sadness of the war and whatever is going on in the world right now, leave that apart. For B2B marketing, B2C sales, this is actually the best time because of multiple reasons, and we'll go through that. So if you can just flip to the next slide, please. All right, yeah. I think there is, since I was a part of the 2011-2013 batch, and all through my career after that as well, what I have seen is there's been too much focus on content, right? Everyone talks about distributing as much content as possible to as many people as possible. While content is the king, context is an equal to content, right? If there's a saying in marketing, I'm sure you would have heard that from the professors. Content is the king and context is the queen. Without knowing what the customer wants, you can't really deliver the goods, right? And I would like to focus more on B2B moving forward on these slides. Well, B2C, there's a lot more context today than there ever was in the past because of the sheer amount of data being harnessed, right? As an example, almost every day, I don't even know how things get delivered so quickly, but almost every day I just open my door and I find an Amazon box. My wife orders almost every day, she's ordering something or the other. Sometimes there's a shirt, sometimes there's some shorts, sometimes some food. So there's so much stuff being bought online, e-payments, e-commerce is moving at such a rapid pace. There's so much data being generated with sensors that B2C marketing has become, I would say, easier for the people who understand it because there's a lot more data to make sense of. While B2C is a very interesting topic, but that's not my specialization, at least from the work that I do. I will focus more on B2B. And what about B2B in terms of marketing? So two things, right? One is how do you prepare for a meeting with a particular customer? Because B2B is all about very low number of transactions, but so lower volume often, but high value. So in a B2C, you may sell something for $10 to 1 million customers, but for companies like my company, I may sell only, let's say, to 10 customers, but each of them would be worth, let's say, a couple of $1 million, right? So it's really about your preparation for that particular customer. And I would just have a question to all of you. I'm not sure how I would generate responses for that here, but just a quick question. What do you think shall be prepared when we are going for a meeting with let's say, a CEO of a large firm? In terms of marketing, let's say I'm selling a software or a platform. What do you think should be the one thing that we should prepare for? Any guesses? All right. I'm not sure whether the format is hard for us to get
No
answered.
sir. So there's a student, Ritika Bali from first year. She'll be taking up. Ritika, go ahead.
Yep.
Anybody else who would want to respond? Sir, is it product knowledge?
Well, that's important. Actually, unless there are any other hands, I would just answer it right away.
Anybody else who would like to try? No, sir.
Yeah, so the number one thing that you prepare for any meeting is what questions are you going to ask. Product knowledge about your company, about yourself, it's all great. Benefits, I was always told that the first thing that you understand is ROI. No, ROI comes second. You can only deliver about ROI if you know what questions you're going to ask in each meeting. So whether it's a CFO that you meet, or CIO, or CEO, or a chief risk officer of an insurance company, you should know what questions to ask, right? You should ask the right questions. Second thing is uncover your own biases, right? So another quick question, just as an example. So because I manage a global role and I've been working with insurers. Insurance is the primary market that we serve. Insurers across the globe. And just a quick question, I was talking to, I've been working with insurers across a few countries, let's say Australia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Africa. If I were to ask you which of these countries would have an insurer which has its claims process completely automated, and which of these countries has their claims process still done using papers? Well, I'll give you the answer straight away. Normally, we would think Singapore or Australia, right? But you'd be surprised that 2 or 3 years back, when the pandemic struck, many of our customers or many of our prospects in Singapore and Malaysia did not have a fully automated claims process. But there's a company who I'm talking to. I, of course, can't reveal names. You can reach out to me later, and I can reveal. We can talk a little bit personally or more specific detail. But of course, bound by NDAs. This company in Africa had automated all of their health claims 4 years back. So all claims are managed through a web portal without paper. So only if you ask questions to people, you can get rid of biases, right? Singapore still, this particular client that we had in Singapore still has claims on paper, but this African company has 0 claims on paper, and not because of the pandemic, but before the pandemic. I think we can move to the next slide, please. All right, on a happy note, good times. So what's the context of good times? So at least in our industry, B2B software industry, it's been the good times in the last 2-3 years. You would have heard many people, give you the bad news about, everything is shutting down, everything is closing down. Yes, I do have empathy that a lot of small businesses have found it very hard. So for example, on my every morning while going to my office, I would pick coffee in the Sydney CBD. Every afternoon, I would go for a lunch with someone or the other, or evenings, I would go for a drink. But these days, that does not happen, right? We are all stuck at home all across the world. So I do understand we should have empathy. There have been challenges in a lot of industries, but at least for B2B software and consulting, these are the good times. For our firm, for example, we had 80 new logos across 35 countries last year. Now, has it become easier overnight? No. But what has taken place is a lot of decisions which were pending, or people had cold feet over taking decisions which would take, let's say, a couple of years, 3 years sometimes. Those decisions got taken up overnight. So as an example, one of my customers in Southeast Asia, they were sort of dilly-dallying on a particular proposal which was sitting on their table for about a year. Well, it's a claims automation as well. And when the pandemic struck, they had no option, because as an example, if I am an insurance company and I'm supposed to pay out a claim to my customer, well, what happens in that case is sometimes claims are quite complex, right? So there are 3 or 4 people who need to understand that claim in insurance language, adjudicate that claim, which means they need to understand whether the insurance claim is valid or not, whether the amount is valid or not, whether this payment is to be done immediately or not, how much of the payment is supposed to be done. So all of that analysis is done by a team. Usually this entire team sits in one location. So people can just shout out to each other. They sit in the same cubicles, they sit in the same office. In the pandemic, that was no longer possible. So when you need automation such as that, pandemic made it absolutely urgent. So deals which would have, let's say, got closed in 8 months, got closed in a month. Sometimes teams just gave us a letter of award and we just started working with you. So that's the context of B2B software industry. There's a lot going on in terms of consulting as well. You wouldn't just pick up a balance sheet of, let's say, EY, PwC, or Deloitte and see that they have not been majorly impacted. The second thing is, while I do have empathy for people who've lost jobs, I do have empathy for people who've lost lives, but a lot of people are flush with cash in the last 2-3 years because of the monetary easing, because of record low interest rate. Businesses get money quite easy. In fact, property rates, I mean, I live in a city which is the second most expensive city in terms of property prices in the world, Sydney. Very hard to buy a house there. And the thing is, because people who've owned houses here, their property prices have doubled over the last 2 years. People are flush with cash, right? Businesses are flush with cash because they are borrowing money at a low rate, and they want to spend that money to expand their market. So companies have money. Companies have money to spend. If you come to them with the right proposal, definitely they'll be ready to spend. And this is even more relevant to entrepreneurs. I've dabbled with entrepreneurship in the past, but currently I am, of course, working in a corporate job. But many of you would be looking to start your own businesses. This is the right time to approach corporates' money, right? So get on your skates and just get going. Can you please put on to the next slide, please? All right. Okay. So attention spans, right? Well, my attention span is quite low. I'm sure most of our attention spans, I'm not talking about professors. Professors definitely have a better attention span than most of us corporate students. We are always stuck on our mobiles. People who've spend time with books, of course, have better attention span. But if you are spending a lot of time on social media, on your mobile phone, you have low attention spans. I often have very low attention spans all through my day. So you need to get your message absolutely right in the right time. So 2 things. One is, how many emails do I receive in a day? Right? I have a leadership position which makes a lot of companies reach out to me who want to sell me something. Typically, before pandemic, I used to receive 3 or 4 emails in a day, spam or sort of sales email. Today, I receive about 10 to 15 emails almost daily, and I'm sure my boss receives 50, right? So I almost never read these emails, almost never. And that is when I just realized, if I'm not reading other people's emails, are other people reading my emails as well? Well, they are not, right? Unless it's very, very textual, it is very specific to that person. I get so many emails just saying, dear XYZ, or dear sir, dear sir/madam. I mean, people don't even bother to write your name properly, right? So it's a context which is sort of lacking in a lot of these emails. So often it gets just put inside spam or trash. Similarly, on social media, unless it's very, very specific, unless I really want to gain knowledge, unless I'm producing content without my selfish needs, which means I'm not selling anything, I'm just educating the industry about stuff that I want them to know about, right? That content is not going to be followed. So I'm sure in the last 2-3 years, I have followed so many people on social media because I have much more time. I'm at home most of the time. I have much more time to spend on social media, LinkedIn, Twitter, not on Facebook, by the way. I'm not on Facebook. I'm not on Insta. So I don't know what goes inside there. But a lot is going on LinkedIn and Twitter, which means that we have a lot more time to follow the people who we like, who are generating good content. But the people who we don't like, we immediately unfollow as well, right? I'll just give you one example as well. Pre-pandemic, I would have 2 to 3 meetings in a day, right? Because you usually meet in person, meet for a coffee at Starbucks or wherever, right? Cafe Coffee Day in India. Now, post-pandemic, I have 5 to 10 meetings in a day, which means that there is absolutely no time for bullshit, number one. Every meeting has to be, very breezy, very covering all the key aspects. But the other thing is, because I can take more meetings in a day because there's no commuting time, there's no time wasted elsewhere. As a marketer, I can reach out to decision makers because I know they would also have 5 to 10 meetings in a day. So people have more meetings, which means decision makers can spend more time on people who have relevant messages. So it means a lot of dollars, right? So reach out to your target customer with the right message, and you're surer to get a meeting than you were three years back. Can you flip to the next slide, please? All right, so this is from one of my favorite movies, Rocky. I'm sure most of you have seen this movie as well. If you've not, please watch this movie. Pretty good. So this guy from a small town in the US gets an opportunity to beat the heavyweight champion of the world at that time, Apollo Creed. Rocky gets that chance. Well, he does not win in the first match, but he definitely delivers what is expected of him, which is his best performance, right? And he gets famous. That's all sort of secondary, but most of all, he delivers what is needed of him, right? So in the post-pandemic world of today, you have many more opportunities, many more opportunities. You don't really get one opportunity in 1 year. You get opportunities every day, because almost everyone is so active on LinkedIn, Twitter, LinkedIn Spaces, new social media coming up every day. Google ads are monetizing so well. You can have LinkedIn drip marketing campaigns. So for B2B, social media is the absolute game changer these days, right? Webinars have the biggest possible attendances as possible. Well, just look at this. I wouldn't have been able to speak ever to you guys getting an opportunity unless I was in Delhi, right? Not been in Delhi for the last 8 to 9 years now, but I have still got an opportunity to interact with you guys because of this new world, right? So that itself shows to you that this is a world full of opportunities right now. You can reach anyone. And you'd be surprised, in the past 2-3 years, I've reached out to CEOs of multi-billion dollar firms, sometimes without a lot of context, just wanting to connect to you. I've seen your particular video, you spoke about this, and you'd be surprised that many of these people have accepted these LinkedIn connects. Well, I don't, of course, have a CXO title in a $1 billion firm. I'm in a middle management of a growing firm which is supposed to go for an IPO, but people of $1 billion firms will accept invites from even students. I'm telling you, right? If they've accepted an invite from me, they will accept an invite from you if you have the right message. And how do you construct the right message? I thought the talk wouldn't be complete if I am not able to leave you with something which is a quick actionable. So structure, right? Next thing is structure. How do you structure your messaging? So clear structuring of a message. So every movie that you see, almost every movie that you see or you have seen throughout your life is based on a particular structure. There's a hero or a heroine who faces an obstacle. How do they overcome that obstacle? The story revolves around that. And the ending is, of course, the hero or the heroine wins against all odds and overcomes the obstacle, right? Now, every marketing message that I send on LinkedIn, or let's say on an email or on a phone call, follows the exact same structure. My team, everyone follows the exact same structure. Well, the obstacle is, let's say I'm constructing an email for you, right? And you want to sell a software that any of you guys have built. So on the start of the email, you would like to show a little bit of empathy to the customer and just say it out that well, I understand that in the past few months you faced this XYZ obstacle, and make sure that obstacle is something that that customer is likely to face, right? So not a random obstacle. Like I know that prices of milk have been increasing. Well, he does not care about pricing of milk. She does not care about the prices of milk. It's too less of a problem in their lives. So maybe look at their balance sheet and understand the possible obstacle that they are facing. Empathize with them, write it down in the first few lines of the email, then make them the hero, right? And I know that this is something that your organization may be struggling with, and then show them that dream. And this is how I promise, or we promise, to solve your problem, right? And then give how are you going to solve those problems in 1 or 2 lines. Short, crisp email in a format which you can use for all emails, all LinkedIn campaigns, every phone call, and you'll absolutely kill it in terms of LinkedIn campaigns, right? If you know this structure well, you will definitely win most of the times. Of course, it's very simple to give the structure, but there's a lot of research which goes beside on understanding the obstacle, understanding how you will solve that obstacle. But this is the basic structure which goes on, which you can use throughout your life. So with that, I just like to end with one more anecdote from my personal life. So in the last 2 years, most of the meetings that I've had, so I've not traveled, though I have a role which covers a large territory. I've not been able to travel in the last 1.5 years. But all meetings happen online. But there's just one thing which defines us as humans when we meet in person. When you finally meet in person, a lot of people cherish that moment so much that they are excited to meet you in person, right? That is when you make it count. That is when you can, really connect back with your humanity. So, for example, I was at a conference last month, in-person conference in Sydney. After a long time, we met people in person. Well, everyone was so glad to be meeting people in person, but the interesting thing was the world has changed. You could feel it because no one was exchanging business cards, right? 2 years back, every conference, I used to run out of 50, 60 business cards, and I used to get new business cards printed after conferences. But no one was, though I carried business card, a lot of people were not even carrying business cards. And do you think we were asking for each other's phone numbers? No, we were not. So how are we connected, right? LinkedIn has a barcode, QR code feature on the top right. You just click on that button, a scanner appears, the other person clicks on that button, a barcode appears on their mobile, you scan their barcode and you are connected on LinkedIn, right? You don't even have to search for each other. So the idea is, even when the world gets back to meeting in person, because of the digitization, heavy digitization, payments through in India, well, of course, it's Paytm, and India is the most rapidly digitizing country in the world. But in all across the world, digitization is really, really at a rapid pace, like it has never been before. So with that, I would say that I've covered whatever I wanted to cover, and I'll be really happy if there'll be a lot of questions, because this is my entire presentation was more about anecdotes, and I would like to answer more anecdotes for all of you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights with us. I now request Shobhika, a PGDM first year student, to kindly moderate the question and answer session.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is, since 70% of India is still in rural parts, and the online e-commerce companies that do not deliver in rural parts, in pandemic also their delivery was, if like Amazon, which is mostly present in almost every rural part of the country, it's unable to deliver the things that people basically wants. So and if they can deliver, they take lot of time in delivering. So my question is, how the companies can improve their logistics and supply chain in such a way that the demand is not shifted to the retail stores and they can take the most of that?
All right. See, that's not my area of expertise because, as I said, I'm in B2B marketing. But my best guess for things like this is uh, always one thing, like technology will solve all of these problems. A lot of people will be left jobless because of that, sadly. But if you read, I would highly recommend a book by Yuval Noah Harari. It's called Sapiens, and he's written further more books. I mean, he's a genius. He writes about evolution of humanity, how far we've come, where we'll go, and he speaks about it very clearly that as technology evolves, as a lot of these jobs will be done by robotics, a lot of people will be left jobless, and then we will have to find a way to employ these people. I mean, we'll have to find a way to keep these people busy. Well, what is it got to do with your question? Simple. Stuff which is being delivered today to rural areas by people will actually be delivered by drones, and at a cost you can't even imagine, at a very low cost. I have not done cost benefit analysis of all of that because that's not my area of expertise, but that's for you to find out. There are lots and lots of things available online. You would see that in future, even small packets today, only very few countries have robot delivery. Well, interestingly, I'll tell you something interesting if you don't already know that. In Singapore, a few years back, there were already driverless taxis running. I mean, that was way before Tesla started. Well, not before Tesla started, but before Tesla became mainstream. They were running driverless taxis in the university campuses. So I think that's going to be the future for delivery as well. Technology is going to solve a lot of these problems at a low cost.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions?
Good afternoon, sir. So as things are coming back to the normal, and you also talk about the meeting in person has altogether a different experience, and the companies are coming up with the metaverse. So is the world and consumers ready to accept it? What are your views on that?
See, the world has already accepted it. You don't have a choice. Those who don't accept it get lost behind. See, it's like if you are in the medieval world, Ottoman Empire, which does not accept printing press, and you say that printing press is not something which is, it's not a good technology to use, right? You are left behind the British Empire because they use the printing press much more effectively, or you are left behind the French, right? So technology has always been like that. If you accept technology, if you accept the way the world is changing, you will move along with, you will always stay ahead of the curve. If you don't accept stuff, you will be left behind.
Okay, thank you, sir.
May I now request Dr. Gaurav Joshi and Akshi to kindly facilitate Mr. Anubhav Sharma with a memento.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Moving forward, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Saurav Bajaj. Mr. Bajaj is the marketing head for the dairy business at Britannia Industries Limited since September 2019. He is an alumnus of Delhi College of Engineering and completed his PGDM from Indian Institute of Management, Indore in 2004. Mr. Bajaj has spent over 16 years in the fields of sales and marketing, having worked for a decade for Mondelez from 2005 to 2015. Then as the innovation head for premium and luxury spirits with Diageo for 2 years before joining Britannia. Mr. Bajaj joined Britannia in September 2017 as the marketing head for the international business, which has offices in Bangalore, Dubai and Kathmandu, where he worked on several exciting innovations and activations across Middle East and South Asia. He is recognized as 50 Best Marketing and Communication Professionals by White Page International in 2020 and as a DMA Trailblazer Rising Star CMO in 2001. So we are honored to have you with us today. May I now request you to kindly address the audience. Please, sir. Sir, you are not audible.
Yeah, you guys can hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you now.
Great. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. Very happy to be here, and I hope I can, add some insights to the evening. Looking forward to the conversation. So I'll just start and get into my presentation, and then we can definitely take on the questions after we are done with a few slides. Right? Is that? Yeah. So the topic that I'm going to be sharing with all of you is about how I have observed the consumer and society sort of changing in through the pandemic period. I think the last 2 years have been an era of very, very strong change for all of us. And like the speaker before me was also quite eloquently talking about how much just the world has changed. So the way I'm going to be taking this session is I'm going to run through some business trends. What did I see happening in the business world? What are some of the changing consumer passion points? How did the consumer change? And from there, I'll move on to what have been the changes in the marketing trends as well. So as I mentioned, we have now been through the third wave of the pandemic, and luckily the last wave was a little more forgiving. So unlike the second wave, which is very, very difficult. The good news is that the GDP has really bounced back. I think we only lost business growth in the first quarter of the first year when the pandemic hit. And though the economy did degrow at around 7%, it is poised to bounce back quite well this year. While consumer confidence remains low, the Sensex had in fact been on quite a high, with the FII sort of putting in money into the Indian market. I'm going to breeze through the slides a bit quickly, given that we have a short period of time, so bear with me. As we see through, what has actually changed in the economy, in both the waves, the fundamentals of the economy, that is groceries, household goods, healthcare, did not get affected. What did get affected was housing in the first wave. In the second wave, it all came back. Travel and alcohol are the only two sectors which also happen to be the money spinners for the government. But those are the two sectors which remain affected, and I can't wait to take my international vacation whenever I next can. I've not done it for the last 2 years. Clothing, apparel, and electronics was hit in the first wave, but it came back in the second. And the consumers continue to prioritize savings in an environment of uncertainty. If we see how the rural-urban divide was there, I think it was urban which was more resilient, and the proxy for that being durable goods. Non-durable goods have been impacted a little bit because I think the rural demand was hit a little bit more. The lockdowns impacted consumer mobility, right? And air traffic has still not sort of come back, right? But each time the doors open up post a wave, we do see mobility coming back. Yeah, air travel will pick up once there is a lot more safety around travel. Automobiles, like I mentioned, have sort of been going back up, right? And the Sensex, while in the first half of last year, it was actually it was being held up by FMCGs. In the last few months, it's really been the consumer durables and discretionary products which have held up the market. Broadband and digital, of course, has seen a large amount of growth, and you see a lot of hiring across IT industry as well. And UPI transactions essentially is what has boomed. So there's been a whole new consumer purchase journey that we've all seen. Pharma products and life sciences, of course, has been a big beneficiary, and we have in fact not just solved for our own vaccination, but also for a lot of the rest of the world. And renewable energy is becoming a new passion point. So you see a lot more activity in this space. In fact, India has taken the leadership position through the Paris Accord and through our commitments towards the renewable. And here's really a summary of what we saw happening. And now I'll go and try to peel the onion in terms of what happened to the consumer. The COVID impacted what the consumer was thinking and feeling. Despite a second wave, consumers have been seeking normalcy, and hence new behavior patterns have emerged. There have been restrictions on travel and entertainment, leading to the affluent looking for new ways to spend. Digital, of course, has emerged as a savior across industries, and entertainment morphed in a digital world. New shopper and consumer journeys emerged, and wellness and sustainability has been rising. Yeah. So this led to a few new consumer passion points, right? And this is what marketing is all about, right? It's finally about communication. So, but to communicate effectively, a marketer needs to understand what the consumer is going through. And hence, these are the 4 phases of the pandemic, right? The breach, crisis, resilience, and renewal. Both in the last 2 years, I think somewhere between March, April is when we have gone through the breach phase, where consumers were anxious and confused on what's going on. They were looked out for awareness, and brands like Lifebuoy provided some of that. As we went through the crisis phase, the last 2 years, it was somewhere around April, May, or May, June, right? People realized that they are not fully ready to combat all of this. There was anxiousness for jobs, concern for loved ones. Cleaning and sanitization became important. Home stocking became important. Social distancing and working from home became buzzwords. As we went through the resilience phase, which is somewhere around July, August in the last 2 years, right? What we did realize is that in the resilience phase, people try to make the most of being at home. Right. And the way they try to do that is by accepting the change scenario, optimism for the future, grateful for emotional and financial stability, and safety and familiarity. Right. And they really did this by finding new ways to experiment, pastime, right? Cooking, art, and health, that those became important. And finally, in the renewal phases, right, what we are probably going through right now, or what was in November last year and the year before. Yeah, there was a release that the worst is over. Health and hygiene became key priorities. There was a lot more of maintenance of health and hygiene in terms of the new normal. Yeah. Now, what brands did in these passion points really is about trying to take on the norms of what the consumer is looking for. The consumer was looking for awareness, and brands like Lifebuoy and Time Network provided that awareness, right? As the consumer wanted to stay at home, brands said you can pamper yourself at home as well. When the consumers were, getting a little settled at home in the resilience phase, you had brands which talked about different ways of spending time at home, right? Which was done through doing time pass at home or cooking at home, right? In fact, one of the ads that we are all quite aware of is Surf Excel, which talked about Daag Ghar Pe Rahegi. Yeah, that is when they said 20 minutes. When they talked about the fact that you can your kids can't play outside, but they will create a mess inside, and don't worry, we are here for you. And of course, support and solidarity was really a big buzzword, right? Where there were people talking about whether they are grateful to their employees or just grateful to consumers who are fighting the battle together. Yeah. And of course, in the resilience phase, it became all about, trying to welcome consumers back and saying that, the only hands touching your food is going to be yours. So you can try to get back to the lifestyle that you have probably been used to. Vocal for local became a big buzzword. And, with all of India going through the same experiences together, it became a time when it became economically profitable for brands like us to talk about these topics of common interest, and India, a country where we can't still agree whether Baisakhi and Pongal is the same thing or different, right? You had all of India going through similar experiences in the pandemic, and hence things like vocal for local or other such buzzwords became important. And hence it became very important for marketers to say that we need to continue investing through the pandemic, but we need to do it in a manner that is sensitive and relevant. Yeah. But this is all about communication. I've just covered how communication evolved during this time, right? But what happened to business practices, right? And let me share this part with you. I think you will find this interesting. So what I mentioned, despite its terrible second wave, consumers were seeking normalcy, right? They're trying to find a way of living their regular lives in a comfortable manner. The affluent were looking for ways to spend money, right? Because they could not spend money on travel or entertainment. Digital became a savior, became central for most of us, and entertainment morphed here, right? New shopper and consumer journeys emerged, and wellness and sustainability became important, right? So how did this pan out in terms of business practices across the industry? So as I mentioned, tired of lockdowns, when consumer was seeking a way to be normal, staycation became a new buzzword. A consumer realized that I still cannot travel, I still cannot, relax and entertain myself. But I can take a luxurious work from home package in the hills, right? And this is something that became mainstream. Staycation became mainstream. People started talking about it. Alcohol home delivery started. I think this was initially started because there was a lot of micro breweries sitting on a lot of stock which is going to go waste, and they were able to get some concessions by the government to be able to sell off the stock. But this trend has now become mainstream. And if you see Living Liquids in Bombay, they're making brisk business by allowing alcohol home delivery. I believe that's a big unlock for the alcohol category. The other thing, which was trend became mainstream because, the whole retail industry was impacted. Even now when we had the last shutdown, what we did see was the fact that, people could not go to malls. Right. And that's really a big way in which India likes to purchase and buy and spend money. So Nike and Reebok, along with Pantaloon and Lifestyle, started putting up these stores inside societies. Right. And this really became a new trend. And hence the opportunity for marketeers, right, which we all picked up in our own ways, is that while a consumer might be going through crisis, there is a certain pleasure in healing that the consumer is seeking. And if we can enable it, there is business to be had. The other thing that I mentioned was that the affluent was looking for new ways to spend, because the conventional ways in which the affluent would spend, which is vacations, luxury goods, suddenly a lot of that is taken away. So there was renewed interest in property, and one of the reasons why there was so much of an interest in property, perhaps in the last 6 months that we've been seeing, is because they have that investment to spend, that money to spend, and a lot of the spending is now happening in tier 2 and 3 cities as people move back to their comfort zones or to areas that they're comfortable with. Not everybody had to cluster inside a metro. And hence there's been a renewed interest in property all across the nation. And we saw that in the first part of the presentation, where there has been a rebound in the real estate industry. The other big trend which hence happened, right, is the rise of domestic demand for luxury products. See, Indians typically used to purchase luxury products from abroad, and that's because of the high import duties we have. Also, there's a certain flaunt value associated with buying something on their Dubai vacation or New York vacation. But travel restrictions force the consumers to buy domestic. And this has led to firms like Apple being able to grow by as much as 100% last year. And hence the point that I wanted to make is that there has been a certain exuberance among the rich. And even when it comes to discretionary product categories like, say, chocolates, we see the business coming back because people are now interested in being able to figure out a way to sort of spoil themselves. The other big shift which I talked about is on digital, right? Digital became mainstream, and as digital became mainstream, it really helped a lot of industries survive, which were otherwise probably likely to go bankrupt. One of them is fitness. The Gold Gym in the US did go bankrupt, and Cult Fit saw a lot of layoffs, right? But for something which is as physical as the fitness industry, even digital came in for them, right? And what they did is that they pivoted smartly through these online packages. And, if you couldn't go to the gym and exercise, you could invite Hrithik Roshan into your own home, right? Through an online subscription package. The other big thing that changed is that, India is one of the largest shadi markets in the world. But how do you enable marriages to happen in a market which is largely an arranged marriage market, and Shadi.com saw an opportunity. They realized that if they created something called Shadi Meets, which is nothing but a Zoom call for a prospective bride and groom, you could, enable that tie-up again. Not only did they create this platform, they also advertised it very aggressively. So this is one of the things where digital did again successful. We have all seen the large growth for the new age startups. And if you were to see startups, 9 out of 10 startups are trying to use the D2C business. Yeah. See, the route to the shopper has changed. A lot more of us are now comfortable purchasing stuff online. And this changing reality on the way India shops is something that probably the larger majors were slower to pick up on. And it is probably the gap created by the regular cosmetic brands of the world that allowed, My Glam or Bombay Shaving Company to really pivot and grab that opportunity. And the kind of rise that we have seen of Wow Cosmetics or a Mama Earth scaling up to 500 to 1,000 crore businesses just shows that if marketers are able to spot changing consumer habits, how is it that you can pick up a new consumer pathway? And hence the statement that I made is that online moves from fringe to central across industries. Again, entertainment morphed in a digital world, right? You had a lot more cases of OTT rising, right? With halls shut down, OTT gained scale. Big budget Bollywood releases embraced digital. There was great opportunity for brand integration. There was growth of new media. So the last decade, the marketeers on YouTube, Facebook have started, leveraging these platforms. Now Spotify, Ghana, podcasts have gained scale. Marketers need to learn how to create fresh creative content which work on these platforms. The other thing which has changed is moment marketing, right? Moment marketing needs digital agencies to have social listening to their bouquet of offerings. And hence, what are the new capabilities that we are all demanding from our agencies is something all of us as marketers have been asking us. Finally, new shopper journeys emerged. So as e-commerce moved from fringe to central in our business planning, a lot of companies have seen digital transformation projects panning out. Yeah, it has become an essential to do rather than just a good to do. Being reached out to through Adda groups, my Gate apps, Lyft lobbies. Yeah, these have become the new forays for reaching out to consumers and shoppers. Again, digital wallets have become a preferred route of making transactions. These can be used for promotions as well as for gratifications. So you see that panning out the new shopper journey. And hence, it's a time for a lot of us marketeers to start investing in consumer and shopper data, not just through our regular business channels, but also through our websites. Further, as I talked about, wellness for the consumers became a passion point. The pandemic brought home the realization that we have, played around with the power of Mother Nature for a long time, and it became a differentiator in brand building. Suddenly, sustainability became a buzzword. Brands like Mama Earth have built their entire propositions about doing good for the environment. Of course, renewable power itself is a sunrise industry. We have as many as 26 new startups, which have started in the last year alone when it comes to e-scooters. And hence, it's more than ever before, it's a time for acts and not ads, and purpose has really taken center stage. And as I mentioned, the key learnings for marketers during this time is that it's time to communicate in a manner that is sensitive and relevant. There is pleasure in healing. It's up to us as marketers to enable it. And again, there's an opportunity to tap the exuberance among the rich. And you have seen brands doing this through innovative offerings in the premium space. Online moves from fringe to central across industries. Also, it's a time to demand new capabilities from agencies. And maybe it's the time to start investing in consumer and shopper data. More than ever before, it's a time for acts and not just ads. Purpose has become a central buzzword across industry. So this is really the presentation that I want to share. And I hope we have enough time left for questions. So I'll be happy to take them and take the conversation forward.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights. I would now request Ritika Bali, PGDM first year student, to kindly moderate the question and answer session.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. So, sir, as we have seen the different phases of the pandemic and the evolving consumer preferences, So, what are your views that while coming out of the pandemic, will brands be facing headwinds or tailwinds post-crisis?
So I would say it's always a double-edged sword. On one side, there are a lot of opportunities because the consumers are looking for an opportunity to get back to normal, to spend. But at the same time, some of the disruptions in our global supply chains have led to an increase in commodity prices. So commodity prices are putting a pressure on the bottom line across industries, and this is leading to pricing challenges. As brands need to take pricing at a time where a lot of households have got hit in terms of their purchasing power, there are of course a few headwinds that they have to overcome, right? But at the same time, there are a lot more opportunities which has emerged. And for me, the biggest takeout of the pandemic is this new way of living life, right? Where online has become central. There are new behavior patterns which are there, and hence I feel there are large opportunities for the marketeers to capture them if they are able to get their act right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ritika. Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Gaurav Joshi and Akshi Bhalla to kindly felicitate Mr. Saurabh Bajaj.
Thank you so much, sir. Really delighted by the honor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Akshi. I would now introduce our next speaker, Mr. Vaibhav Dhar. Mr. Dhar is marketing and strategy professional with 8 years of experience in business strategy, growth strategy, and data analytics. His career has taken him through a wealth of expertise, including key account management, network partner management, brand marketing, and ground level operations. He has a blend of product and technology background in the automotive and IT industry. He was honored to be nominated for being Emerging Leaders Program at Wipro Limited and was awarded as Star Performer in Maruti in 2020. He is a recipient of Letter of Administration Appreciation from Indian Army. He was responsible for creating value propositions, process mapping, and product development operations for clients within the Oracle product practice during his tenure at Wipro Technologies Limited. He is currently working at Maruti Suzuki, where he is in charge of leading a downstream team of 20 area leads from various network partners in order to develop strategic partnership and marketing campaigns. He is a management leader who thrives in creative surroundings and has contributed towards developing a solution that touch consumers' daily lives. So we are honored to have you with us today. I would now request you to kindly address the audience. Please, sir. Sir, you are not audible. Sir, kindly turn on the camera. The audience can't see you. Sir will join us shortly.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Can you see my presentation?
Sir, the presentation is not visible.
Okay.
Yes, sir, it is visible now.
Are you able to see the complete presentation, right?
Yes, sir, we can see the complete presentation.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So, I hope I'm audible to everyone from the audience. Could you just confirm that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, thank you, everyone. I'm grateful to be a part of this National Marketing Conference as a panel member. Thank you, Team Genesis and Smita ma'am, for organizing this. I'm so sorry for the glitch. I was not able to connect. So, my sincere thanks to all the chief guests and sincere greetings to all the chief guests, esteemed dignitaries, Praveen Gupta sir, and most importantly, all the LBSIM alumni who are present in the audience and they are watching this online as well. So I'll be speaking on the marketing challenges that were faced through the pandemic and afterwards, and I'll be giving you my perspective on the key trends on the pandemic, which have now basically become a part of the reality that we are in. Just a second. So I'll be speaking about the customer psyche, the challenges in the automotive industry. How did we overcome? I hope these 20 minutes will be insightful for you. And so before we move on to the topic, I just wanted to share my journey with you within the corporate world, post LBSIM, especially to the first years and the second years. So brief is that I was part of the batch 1113 General Management Marketing Operations. I did my internship with SPCL, where the early foundations of network management were laid. In 2012 December, I was campus-based in Wipro as a functional consultant. In 2016, I joined Maruti Suzuki, Nexa channel under the marketing and sales division. So through these years, I've been fortunate enough to experience different roles and responsibilities and add layers to my professional exposure and so on. LBSIM has basically been a bedrock of this foundation that has helped me reach these, basically reach up a place over here. All right, coming to my current role in Maruti Suzuki, this is a brief outlook of my profile so that I'll just give you a basic idea. So in a nutshell, I'm responsible over here to build a strategic partnership within the government sector, the defense and the paramilitary. My role requires me to very closely work with this specific customer segment at a regional level. So I'm sure that all of you are aware of the consumer purchase journey. My role basically work around here revolves around the first 3 steps in the buyer journey across B2B sales. This is a glimpse into my work life. So this is a very specific set of customers. In the first picture, as you can see, I'm at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where we served a fleet of CRs to the presidential office. There's another one with the Indian Army where I was there for the model launch. There's a picture of me receiving a letter of recognition from the Indian Army for a bulk order. There's one with my team where we are strategizing and planning for the next month. In the last picture, I am also demonstrating an Excel 6 to a senior GM at a PSU. So you get a gist of what B2B business in the automotive sector looks like. In its core, B2B is evidently very different from a B2C business. The basic understanding here is that the marketing over here is not done to the end customer. It is done to the entire value chain. The entire journey is very consumer-centric rather than product-centric. the decision is based on the return of investment. And the number of customers over here are small, but overall the transactions are very large. It's a very complex decision process that requires a lot of higher authorities and requires marketing at the right place for a deal to come through. Just a second. So how did this pandemic basically impact, and what was the shift that we observed in the marketing trends, or shift that we observed in the marketing trends and consumer behavior? With the oncoming of the pandemic, the first wave had a severe impact on the B2B business. We saw customers across all domains and industries moving from basically from their spending mode to savings mode. Budgets, both institutional as well as personal, that were allocated to vehicle purchase were redistributed to health. The basic crux that has been already discussed with you is that when social distancing came into play, internet was the only medium of communication for everyone, for people across the world. And then one of the major impacts that was observed was that there was an accelerated digitalization across the world. India by now, 2021, had become the second largest digital population with around 750 million plus active users in 2021. By 2030, it is expected to go up to 1 billion. So as you're aware of the trend, digitalization happened massively. Everyone moved online, which is there. But what did not change basically for the automotive and for key product areas is that customers were still sticking to one basic requirement. That was the fundamental concept of sales, the customer experience. What we saw that customer experience was still the number one priority for all customers across different verticals. The only difference now was that with the pandemic, all organizations had to find new ways of delivering the same experience. So we've seen these trends, we've discussed these trends, but let's try to understand what was the fundamental driver behind these trends. I've been told that a sizable chunk of audience is from the science background, like myself. So there's a basic concept in physics. It is called the law of parallelogram of forces. This law basically says that if there are two forces that are represented by adjacent sides of a parallelogram, the resultant force is represented in size and direction by the diagonal of the parallelogram. The inference over here after COVID basically here is that whether it is in marketing or whether it is in life, whenever there are two forces that are acting on one point, the resultant will always be a combination of these two forces. What happened after the pandemic was that there were two particular forces that were acting on the customers. For any successful marketing campaign in the post-pandemic world, had to address both of these forces and had to make an impact on the customer. Now, the two forces that were there was, the first force was the customer's health and convenience. The second force was his experience. Now, when you look at this was a very serious problem for all organizations, especially automotive. Health and experience are two absolutely contradicting expectations. And experiences was still one of the topmost priority. When it comes to automotive, a customer that comes inside a showroom is in control. Right from the moment a customer drives into a showroom, there are around 35 customer touch points through which we achieve not just customer satisfaction, we try to achieve customer delight. Dealerships are scored not on customer satisfaction, but on customer delight index, understanding how happy was the customer once he left the showroom. So coming to a marketing campaign that addressed both of these parameters is especially difficult currently. Now, with respect to the automotive, when the first wave, when the COVID came and there was a limitation of physical movement, there were a few very major challenges to reach the customer. The situation had become very critical and there was a need for immediate reinvention. The first phase of the pandemic with dealerships shutting down, automotive had become a luxury item that was unaffordable and the customer had become unreachable. Here are the few challenges that we had faced coming from this sector. The automotive is basically a traditional sector which has traditional practices. The first challenge was building a customer-facing digital interface and a technology that would help virtual communication across the customer journey. Basically, we had to be found where the customer was looking. Although before the pandemic, automotive had taken to be a part of the digital ecosystem, but this involvement was limited only to either educating the customer or to entertain the customer. There was no actual business that was happening over the digital medium. Coming to the second challenge was we had to immediately transfer our go-to-market and the business model. See, automotive, when it comes to it, it's not in the business of selling a product. The mass customer is not buying a car. Specifically, the Maruti customer, he's not really buying a car. He's buying a dream. There's a dream with a ticket size of 6 to 7 lakh. The strength of the existing business model for the automotive is that with a superior sales manpower, a dealership network, and multiple customer touch points, you will be able to reach more people who are looking for an effective automotive solution and then pitch them a car. With the pandemic coming in, the basic strengths that we had, or the cross automotive, we had lost them. They were basically void. The third challenge that we came was expanding the services. Like I said, digital was only limited to entertainment and education. To provide a holistic experience, we could not limit ourselves to just being available online. We had to digitalize, enhance, and improve. So we were catering to a new profile of customer, especially after the digital revolution. This customer was very well read. He was extremely knowledgeable. He was logical. He was fairly automobile friendly. So we required a very high level person to interact with them, relate with them, and convince them. In the conventional route, when we look at the automotive sales model, the conventional route, what we would do is we would hire the best salesmen, the smart people across the industry, we'll give them thorough training, and we'll observe them perform and convince the customer. Now, sales in its core basically works on an emotional connect with the customer and depends highly on the interpersonal skills. What happened with digitalization is the salespeople, when they had to go on a digital platform to convince the customer, they lost out on their emotional connect and the interpersonal skills. So we needed a solution for this, where not only the salespeople could explain the product convincingly, but even not just explain the product convincingly, but the customer themselves could navigate across the platform and see the features of the product, its attributes, comparisons, and videos. So we had to come to a solution that would allow us to expand the offerings. And the fourth and the major challenge, the fourth challenge was that we had to find a way to integrate data. A structure had to be established in which we could track the customer in his purchase journey, whether he was at the test drive phase or whether he was at the finance phase, whether he was still considering competition models. So we needed a system to track this. For example, in Maruti Suzuki, there's a pyramid structure. At the bottom, there is the Maruti Suzuki driving school. From there, the next step is True Value, second-hand cars. From there, there's the Arena channel. And then from there, there's the Nexa channel. Now, we needed data integration across these verticals where we could track the customer from the moment he is planning to buy a car when he goes into a driving school till the point he actually buys the car. This was one of the major challenges that we were facing, in which we needed immediate reinvention. So how did we go about it? The first thing that we did was the automotive sector in its all did was it digitized the entire journey of customer car purchase. So the automotive decision process is basically a step of 26 complex stages, right from the start when the customer searches his car on Google or social media, to watching review videos, to understanding how will he finance the car, then taking a test drive, and then to the final purchase. So we were able to digitize 24 out of 26 steps, providing a holistic end-to-end customer journey. There are only two steps that we could not digitize. One, the customer taking the test drive, and second, customer taking the physical delivery of the car. Apart from that, we were able to do in 95% of the process were digitalized. In the automotive sector, it was very important to be present across all digital platforms. We started a campaign across in which not just the automotive OEM, but the dealerships, the entire network would go online across platforms like Google My Business, Facebook, Insta pages, and so on. So the idea was to be found where the customer was looking instead of over the places where we had initially developed conventionally. As the number of dealer searches increased, we ensured that we were found on the platforms. We took a step further. We embraced new technologies. So in this, we developed an augmented reality showroom in which the showroom experience could be experienced by the customer at its home, at their home. So basically, it brought all the cars in the portfolio in front of the customer, and he could toggle between the attributes, the color options, and even do comparison with competition models. While embracing new technologies, what we did was we tried to like woo the millennial audience as well, and to try to keep them engaged, we went on Instagram and we developed filters in which they could assemble the car, look at the car, and try to toggle around over there, just to ensure that we were able to engage the right set of audience. Most OEMs redefined their business model. They went into the pay now, buy later mode. They went into the order your car and get it delivered at home. Most companies, most marketing campaigns went phygital. Phygital became a norm in which a hybrid marketing platform where customers could connect online and offline would be established. Recently, we launched the new Baleno, which was a phygital launch, where only the media was invited, and rest all our customers were joined through the Facebook Live and the YouTube Live, which has now become a norm across all industries. When it came to introducing the customer, when it came to meeting the customer exactly, we tried to invent a Nexta digital lounge experience in which the customer could, again, through an augmented reality, experience the showroom, attend meetings, understand the product, and basically connect with the salesperson. Once we had established all of these measures and we had put them into motion, the last fundamental part of our campaign was to reassure the customer and request them to start coming back at the dealership showroom, where actually our A game was. When you look at automotive is a traditional product. When there's a product with the ticket size of around 6 lakhs, you want to feel the product. You want to understand how does it look, how will it, basically how the touch and feel is. We try to do it digitally, but at the end, it is important that we come back to the showroom where the customer is able to at least take a test drive or at least experience the product. Reassuring the customer went as far as across multiple domains, where we saw Zoomcar doing it, we saw Arena Channel doing it, we saw Hyundai as well doing it. Eventually, through all these measures that we took, the automotive sector was able to bounce back towards the end of the pandemic. So what happened was, when the second wave hit and the restrictions were lifted up, in the safe travel had become a priority for the customers. Luxury automotive, which was earlier a luxury, had become a necessity. There was a huge pent-up demand in the customers, which aided for multiple leads and multiple bookings that we found very difficult to serve as well. There was a phenomena that we observed that was later known as telescoping of demand. So what was happening was that we saw that our premium sedan customers or SUV customers were shifting to hatchbacks. The hatchback customers were shifting to compact and smaller hatchbacks, and the compact hatchback customers were going to two-wheelers. So across automotive industry, everyone was looking for a personal automotive solution and avoiding physical transport. So I'll just come to the last slide and key takeaways of basically of what I want you to understand. The basic crux of any successful marketing campaign is that when the mountain does not come to Muhammad, Muhammad must go to the mountain. If the customer cannot come to the product, we as a marketer, we need to find ways to ensure that the product reaches the customer, whether it is his house or whether it is his bedroom. So the second key takeaway is that excellence lives in the present. It does not live in the past. In 2020, Maruti Suzuki had finally overcome all of its challenges and was looking for a very prosperous next year. With the highest number of touch points, with newly established Nexta channel and a highly trained sales manpower, Maruti Suzuki was extremely hopeful for the future. That is when COVID happened. And the present had come and it arrived with its own challenges. Our touch points did not matter. Our sales manpower lost the frequency to talk to the customer. All our core strengths and past excellence were of no use and had become a liability across the automotive industry. So we understood very, very quickly that our strength and talent, existing strengths and talent, were of no importance if we did not strategize immediately. The third takeaway over here is that as a company or as individuals, we must always redefine ourselves and keep adding more and more layers, and most importantly, have the resilience to keep adapting to the current scenario. it is very important to remember that the present will always bring its own challenges. I'm sure that you are all aware that once the pandemic and the post-pandemic, the current scenario that we are living in, once the COVID and everything got over and the market started opening, we are now currently facing a new challenge. That is the semiconductor crisis that has been plaguing the automotive industry for the last 2 years, and we're still working our way around it. So, like this ways, present will always bring its new challenges. If a company like Maruti Suzuki, a huge company like that, can learn to redefine and adapt itself, it is something that we must all take away from. Thank you, everyone. That will be all from my side. If there are any questions, please let me know.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now request Yashika Narula, PGDM first year student, to kindly moderate the question and answer session.
Thank you, sir, for the deep dive into the consumer experiences and assurances. I read an article and I found out that competing with your competitors is the old truth, while the new truth is competing with your customer's last best experience. So what are your insights over this?
I believe this customer experience that has been bought into the automotive was bought by Alexa itself. It was the only channel that believed in providing a customer, not just giving a good customer experience, but to pamper the customer to an extent that he remembers the customer, that he remembers this experience, and he misses it when he goes to the competition showrooms and all. So Nexa redefined the way of selling a car, where we spoke about lifestyle, we spoke about fashion shows, and we spoke about the entire. When you enter a Nexa showroom, there is not much of a selling of a car than of an entire lounge experience. So that pampering is something that we defined and we created and put into the automotive sector, and I totally agree with that. The next battle is for customer experience. It is not for the product, because products and its features will be copied very soon. We launched the new Baleno was launched yesterday. For example, it came with a cutting edge feature of HUD, the heads up display. This is the first in this segment. And I can tell you by now that within a few months, the next model launches of our competitors will copy those features. All features will be copied everywhere. But the next battle will always be for the customer experience. It will not be for the product.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Yashika. Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Gaurav Joshi and Akshi Bharla to kindly felicitate Mr. Vaibhav Dhar.
Thank you, everyone. It's been an honor.
Thank you so much, sir.
Moving forward, I would like to invite our next speaker, Ms. Anupriya Sharma. Ms. Anupriya Sharma is currently working as a strategy and operations lead with Google Cloud, with focus on the JAPAC region. She specializes in making data and analytics drive decisions for business strategy and marketing. Ms. Sharma has worked across functions like analytics, strategy, marketing, and consulting with firms such as KPMG, American Express, Infosys, etc. She has a vast experience in marketing campaigns ranging from genesis, design, and execution to measurement in global deployments with traditional and digital channels. Ms. Anupriya Sharma is also a prestigious alumna of our institute, batch of 2009-2011. Post completing her PGDM from LBSIM, she further continued her education and studied at prestigious institutions like MIT, Harvard, ISB. Ma'am, we are honored to have you amongst us today. I would now request you to kindly address the audience.
Addressing the elephant in the room, am I audible and visible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible but not visible as of now.
Yeah, I'm following the YouTube channel. I'm definitely not visible. So can we do something about that, please?
Ma'am, you are visible now.
Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. I can't see the audience. It feels very strange talking to a different kind of a screen, but I'll try and do what I can. Okay. Yeah, there comes up the audience. Thank you. This feels much better. So the last time I was in this auditorium was, for my convocation. And the last time I was in a marketing conference was, let me pull the agenda up, was 20th November 2010. That was marketing conference. So yeah, I'm old, I'm dated, but not yet a fossil. So what we are going to talk about today, you're all tired, want to get out of this Audi very soon. Yeah, we'll try and make that a little easier the next 15 minutes. Could we pull up my presentation on the screen, please? Those in front of the camera are always having a very tough time. Mask would have helped you. Okay, if I have my presentation on the screen, I can start.
Sure, ma'am, you can start now.
Okay, so this is just something I wanted to open up. We are amid one war, so I thought, why not bring up another war analogy? The First World War had an impact on the greatest pandemic in history, the Spanish flu. I don't know how many of you know this. There was a myth floated that the flu was a result of the war. It was, in fact, the other way around. The flu was in place, the war wasn't it, because there were thousands and millions of soldiers fighting the war, and they were all going back home, meeting their families at some point or the other. And that is how the greatest pandemic in history became much larger than it should have been. The guesstimate puts the death at between 50 and 100 million. So I thought beginning with this note was apt, given that we are in a pandemic, and unfortunately, we like it or not, there is a war going on in the world. So nothing related to the conference, but something very pertinent to our times. Next slide. So a lot of stuff I'm going to be talking about today isn't essentially Google, isn't essentially KPMG, isn't essentially American Express, but is 100% marketing, is 100% what you people can try and take a thought away from as to what do you want to do next in your careers, where do you want to be placed, where do you want to start off. So if you're waiting for the change, it's already here, right? And it's always been here. Now it's about the pandemic. Yesterday it was about the digital revolution. The day before it was about metaverse. So change is constant. It's not coming. It's already here. So whatever plans you have in your head, start putting them to fruition and execution. Move the slide, please. All right. So we're talking about marketing, right? In this date and time, it takes really, really, really dynamic planning to be in front of your customers and to drive sustained business growth. I'm sure in your classrooms, ma'ams and sirs would have talked to you about what sustainability means, what business growth means. The definitions are changing every day. Sustainability is no longer about holding your P&L line. Sustainability is also a lot about how do you become environment conscious, how do you become value conscious, and how do you keep delivering the greatest customer experience every single day. That is sustainability, all while also maintaining your P&L. So how does marketing come into the place in this? Let's move to the next slide, please. The four biggest changes are here. We have the metaverse, augmented reality, we have gaming, we have blue oceans, which have always been there, but let me talk about how that has changed, and personalized experiences. So what is augmented reality and metaverse? Can we have a show of hands as to how many of you are already on the metaverse? If you can show me the audience quickly. Anyone on the metaverse? Anyone who has shopped on metaverse or bought land on metaverse? Nobody. You're already late. So metaverse is not something that's a fashion or a fad or something that's high tech. Metaverse is real. It's happening. People are buying property. People are setting up businesses. Adidas and Nike have already opened up their stores on metaverse. People are buying goods. E-commerce is happening. The blockchain is for real. Bitcoin trading is happening, and cryptocurrency is here to stay, whether or not we make it legal or illegal. If cryptocurrency is declared illegal, blockchain is still here. So there are many ways to go about it via NFTs, etc. To market to this audience, to get them to buy your goods, is an all new ball game. We as companies are setting up our centers in the metaverse. BCG has already opened up in the metaverse. So if you're thinking about interning with the BCG or applying for a position, check that out. These are the first mover advantages you can get even today. So I'm trying to cover the topics which will make you plan your life better in the field of marketing. It's not just about my experiences, it's also about what is in it for you. Gaming. When we talk about gaming, most of you are thinking about Counter Strikes, or maybe what's that driving game. I'm not into gaming at all, but I'm into the gaming segment for marketing. The gaming is not just that. 25% of new gamers are going to be spending 74% more time in gaming over the next 2 years. Huge revenue, huge business, huge marketing opportunity. How do you market to these people? By inbuilt gaming, inbuilt marketing. Again, a show of hands. How many of you have heard of the Samsung TV Audience Connect? Samsung Live TV, Samsung Connected TV. Marketing students in the house, please go and read this up. This is happening today. This is already live. So if you have a Samsung Smart TV, the advertisement do not come up as an ad break. There are no longer ad breaks. They show up at the bottom of your screen. If you're interested, you click on that and they become big. That is how integrated marketing has become. They're giving you an option. So they have less than 2 seconds to grab your attention. Now that is called integrated marketing. That is the true sense we are talking about. Which brings me into blue oceans. Blue ocean strategy is something I'm sure all of you have read about. And if not, second year is going to be where you're going to be reading more about it. Blue ocean strategies have always meant that you make the existing competition irrelevant. How do you do that? By either creating something new or by creating something so much better that the existing products are no longer useful. Recent examples. One is again the Samsung connected TV ads, in which Google, of course, is a huge partner. The second is the recent Blinkit, Grofers to Blinkit migration. No one thought about the 10-minute delivery. I never needed it, to be honest. But right now I'm ordering from nowhere else except Blinkit. Why? Because I can now plan my meals. I'm like, I want to have an ice cream and I also want to be cooking something in the evening. So no longer do I need to go to Zomato and place an order for ice cream and go to, Milk Basket or a Swiggy to place my grocery orders. I can do it via Blinkit. What happened here? The first mover advantage. Who did it first? Now there's a huge debate going on that we need 10-minute ambulances and not 10-minute deliveries. Debates are always there. They are going to be there. They're going to stay. Nobody's stopping someone from starting a 10-minute ambulance service, which has anyways been started by two brothers. They're doing an 8-minute ambulance service. If you're not aware of it, read up. The key to staying relevant in marketing is to stay current, to read up, to know what's happening out there. The last one is customer experience. And I thank the lady who had asked the last question to Mr. Dhar. Customer experience is not just experience anymore. It is entirely what drives your company. It is entirely what drives your profits. It's entirely what drives your revenue. And the lady who asked that question, that exact slide is coming up on my screen in a couple of seconds. Let's just move on. What does this represent? It's just a paradigm shift, nothing fancy. Don't try reading too much into it. It's not a puzzle. It's a paradigm shift. We have all been moving in one direction due to external or internal forces. Now we've been forced to take another direction. Let's look at what those are. I'll wrap up quick because I do not want that planted one question per speaker. I would like to have a couple of more questions. So I'll try and finish it fast. All right. I've been in the marketing conference. I've organized one, so I know exactly how this works. Let's move on to the next slide. All right. So what does this say? This says that marketing is important for growth. No, that's gone. Marketing is the center of growth for the full C-suite agenda. What does this mean? We've been talking about how marketing is important for driving revenue, for bringing in profits. But tell me one thing. We talk about actors and actresses, about heroes and heroines. They also have PR. They also have marketing, right? They are not products. So why do they need marketing? And the old adage of saying you need to sell yourself, I don't agree with that at all. You don't need to sell yourself. You need to market yourself. Think about it. Have any of the speakers today sold themselves to this conference? No. But there has been marketing. We build our credentials. We do good work. We stay in touch. We network with the right people. Those are all marketing tactics. So marketing is not important for growth. It is centered to everything that a company or a person or an institution does. LBSIM as an institution also markets itself. It doesn't sell itself anymore. So if it doesn't market itself right, there'll be no students. There'll be nothing to do here. So marketing is everything that's for the company in this time and age. Next slide, please. All right. You are your customer's last best experience. This is exactly what the lady before me said, and this is 100% truth. How many of you read the news 3 days back about, I think Chitrangada Singh was that actress who tweeted about what a horrible experience the person next to her had on an Indigo flight. I didn't even have that experience. Someone next to me had a bad experience, and I was a person in power. I just tweeted about it, and there was a 1.5% share reduction the next day. So someone else having a bad or good experience, and my company's P&L shifts. This is the biggest truth. You're competing with the last best experience your customer had. And this is where marketing becomes really tough. How do you stay so relevant, so up to date, and so current? What could have been done? Indigo did not respond for 1.5 hours, and that was the biggest PR disaster. Social media marketers are becoming the next most important thing for all companies around the world, not just marketing companies. It's not just Ogilvy and Mather. It's not just the big ad firms. It is every company. Next slide, please. What does this say? This says customers hope what you have, you have what they want. No, I as a customer know exactly what I want. When I go into a store these days, I'm very particular that this is something I'm looking for. If you don't have it, no problem, I'll walk into the next one. But I'm not going to compromise and buy something else which could have met my needs. That is how we've become now. And given e-commerce and given work from home and given all the flexibility, we now are exercising our right to choice. So you tomorrow, whichever company you join, whichever department you join, you start your own business, you better know this truth for good, that your customers, your clients, your stakeholders, your bosses, your peers, your juniors, your reportees, everyone knows exactly what they want. So customer is not just someone who is paying you money and taking a product. Customer is everyone who is interacting with you. Next slide. All right, you go in blank, you have nothing, you have no idea about the customer except for what they tell you they are and what they tell you they want. Read between the lines. What I want everyone to take away from this slide is that how technology backs marketing, artificial intelligence, neural language processing, and unstructured data processing. These are important tactics for marketing. The customer tells you something and they mean something else. There is a whole world of jobs around reading subtext. What does subtext mean? When machine learning started initially, I like this product was read as, okay, the customer likes this product. Do I like this product? Question mark. The machine learning algo earlier was not able to read this as a sarcasm, still read it as the words I like this product are there in the sentence, which means the customer likes this product. Technology is going to play a huge game in how you market, in what kind of marketers you become. So be cognizant of that. If you think that my programming days are over, I don't need to learn how to code, or maybe this is a different kind of a job, no, you're mistaken. If you don't know how to code, you better have somebody on your team who knows how to code. These things are important. These are going to drive your marketing decisions, and data is the only tool in your arsenal which nobody else can beat. Data is pure, data is undoubted, and data is your biggest ally. Learn how to play with numbers before it is too late. Marketing statistics, marketing tools, marketing technologies, marketing languages are highly important. You can pick any you like, or don't pick, but hire smart people. You can pick SQL, Python, SAS, any of those which you like. And if you don't want to, you better have someone next to you who knows how to use all this. Next slide, please. Your brand should stand behind great products. No, it's no longer about that. It's great values. On Netflix, I think 2 days back, I watched this one, the Boeing investigation. It was about the 737 MAX crashes. I don't know how many of you watched it. Any Razor fans? Anyone who watched Netflix series on Boeing? Oh God, you people either study too much or watch only Money Heist. I don't know. So just because of that one series, I had this conversation with a couple of friends. Just because of that, we are now going to be checking on what aircraft we are flying for the airline. Earlier also, I used to check, is it going to be only for that. But now I'm actually going to check if the, for all you know, Airbus also could be doing something similar. But I do know that Boeing is definitely not being ethical. So I, for one, I'm not going to prefer flying Boeing. If there's no one else, I will fly. So this is what the brand impact is being driven. It is no longer about the product. It is about the values as well. Anyone who has ever had any kind of an experience with American Express card will know exactly what I'm talking about. Last slide, please. Yes, this is the last one. Relationships matter. No, they're everything. When Smita ma'am called me, and she just asked me, Anupriya, how are you? And we have a marketing conference. I didn't even listen. I said yes. It's been 12 years since she taught me. But I'll always say yes, no matter where I am, no matter what I'm doing, no matter how many other things I have to cancel on my agenda, because relationships are everything. When my boss from my first company, I'm in touch with all of my bosses. So I don't know if it's weird, but I'm in touch with all of my bosses. My first company, I started working in 2007. I'm in touch with my first boss. He called me and he told me that I want to relocate to India. Can you put me up in touch with somebody who placed you last? Those are the kind of relationships. They're everything. As a company, as an organization, again, relationships are everything. I've been in touch with 4 people for this conference. Those are the relationships that matter. You are talking to someone, you're getting in touch with someone, your first impressions, your last impressions count. When you walk out of this room today, there's this one message I want you to take. Every person you're talking to in these 2 years of your life at this institute, remember what you're branding yourself as, remember what relationships you're making. Even today, the best people I turn to for any advice are the people with whom I sat in this very auditorium. They are the people who know exactly what number is on my salary slip and nobody else. So these are the kind of relationships you forge. And exactly is the truth for marketing as well. If you have a brand loyalty, if you have a loyal partner, if you have a loyal advertiser, and if you have a loyal audience, what more do you need? I'll end my monologue here, and I hope to have more than one question. But then if not, then it's been a pleasure and it's been an absolute honor being here.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would now request Ritika Bali, PGDM first year student, to kindly moderate the question and answer session.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. So, ma'am, as you told that today in the world of fancy marketing, how has companies or brands been able to stand behind great values or great products? Any example to this?
I didn't get that one word. How can brands? That one word I didn't
How
get.
has brands been able to stand behind great values or great products?
All right. You had access to my presentation before it was put up here?
No, ma'am.
No, I'm just kidding. If you did, it's great. You should be prepared. I always do that. I ask for presentations beforehand. The number one thing is to define what's your value, to define what are you standing for. If you know that, it's easy to do it. For example, I'll take a very small example because it's a firm I've worked with earlier. American Express says our mission is to deliver the best customer experience every single day. Now that's their value, right? How do they bring it to life? When anybody has an Amex card, who do they talk to? What is the company to them? The customer care service, right? They are not going to meet me. They are not going to meet the CEO, going to talk to a customer. So as a company, how do we stand behind our value? We empower our customer sales reps. We give them the autonomy to even reverse a charge on your card if that brings you happiness. We train them almost at the level of airline crew to be able to speak to you with empathy, to be able to speak to you about your home. When you call an Amex customer care, you can choose not to talk about your card. You can choose to tell them, I'm having a difficult day and I wanted to talk to someone. They're trained to talk to you about that. They are not therapists, but they're trained to handle that. You can tell them my wallet was picked up and I'm very tense about it. They will help you block the other cards as well. It's not their job. But the value as a company we established long back was great customer service every single day. It means that person on the call is going much beyond their job description and delivering that to you. So first the company needs to decide what's the value. And then you put in place mechanisms to enable that delivery. Similarly, as a person, you need to decide what's your value. I'll give you a very small example about myself. I say, I'm not going to work weekends. Simple. I know the company will be standing and the world will not come crashing down if I don't work the weekends. There have been exceptions, there will be exceptions. But that's one of the many values I've built for myself. That's one of the ways you can do about it. If you have any specific question, I can help tailor it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. That one scripted question was over. All right, I don't want to put you on a spot, guys. Enjoy. It's okay. This is the last one for the day.
No, ma'am, we have a lot of questions for you.
Right, and Priya, thank you very much for delighting us this evening. My name is and I have joined after Smita into marketing faculty group.
Namaste, sir.
Thank you. My question you were
Ma'am, namaste.
Hello, Anupriya, namaste.
Right, my question when you are referring to Blinkit and 10-minute delivery system, where we are heading to? What kind of value we are delivering to? You are staying in New Zealand, America, and the kind of density, population density I'm talking about. Just imagine a person, gig worker, going to deliver in 10 minutes in the busy evening at Connaught Place, a delivery. Are we not compromising upon? How would you take
Absolutely,
it?
sir. Absolutely, sir. And thank you for the question, because I have on LinkedIn very openly been voicing my opinion about how horrible this entire idea is. But as a company, if Grofers has, as a company, decided to do this, they must have had some value proposition. And for them, it was, I spoke to someone, actually, I know someone in the marketing division of Grofers. I spoke to them. They said that now, as a company, what we have done is we've shifted you from looking at discounts to looking at delivery time. So the company is actually no longer offering me discounted products. If you check very carefully on all the other stores, you'll get much more value for your product. So they decided, for them it was important that they move me away from discounted products to just buying more and more and more. When I spoke to them about the dangers of, ferry leaf driving, the dangers of wrong side driving, they're aware of the ethical repercussions, but that's something as a company, if they have decided to, it must be one of the things they're dealing with. But the public outcry is quite huge, and not many people are in love with the offering. And that is why on LinkedIn every day there is a lot of discussion about, do we even need this?
Amazon 3 hours, Amazon Fresh, I'm referring 3 hours for 260 rupees and a life. How would you discount it? Terrible.
Sorry, sir.
Amazon Fresh, 260 rupees for 3 hours, three houses to get the products delivered at in 3 hours.
I didn't the last piece.
I said I was referring to Amazon's Fresh example. 3 hours for a gig worker to deliver into one vicinity for 3 houses for 260 rupees here in India. How difficult it would be. How far the companies are going ahead. Terrible.
Sure. Now this makes me move away from marketing and brings me a little more to values. And this is something I feel very strongly about. Even as salaried employees, we have often talked about why in India the pay is very low compared to the same type of work we do elsewhere. I think at the end of the day, it's about survival. Many of our folks are just thankful for an opportunity to be able to earn by any means. Some of those, I've spoken to Swiggy delivery boys. Whenever they come in, I offer them a glass of water. I ask them if they want to sit down and have a break. They tell me, nahi ma'am, agla delivery late ho jayega. Then I told them, क्यों करते हो ऐसा? They said, madam, किसी बहाने हम जैसे लोगों को काम करने का मौका तो मिल रहा है, वरना job नहीं है market में. So it is as much about companies capitalizing on it, and also about the reality of our nation right now, that maybe we are not able to do justice to the kind of people we have on the streets without jobs, without money. So I would call it the situation and the need of the hour, that in a way it's nice that at least he has access to able to earn without doing anything wrong. And on the other hand, the onus is on the companies to make it a little better and to provide them with more. But then again, this is where we are, and we could do definitely much more and much better as a nation.
Ma'am, we have another question for you. Ma'am, since we talked about moving towards metaverse and moving towards new technology means new challenges, and we're definitely paving way for some greater challenges now. So is the Indian market ready for such challenges?
oh, we are actually ahead. Indian market is doing much more and is already ahead. All these great companies, all these great technologies are powered right out of India from some data center in Bangalore or in Gurgaon or in Hyderabad. And the Indian audience and the Indian consumers are very, very ready for anything. It's just a matter of unlocking the what we call the critical mass. So it takes a little while. There'll be one user, there'll be two users, there'll be three users, and suddenly there'll be 1,000 users. And when that critical mass is unlocked, that is when it becomes very visible in the public eye. But when you're talking about metaverse, Indians are already there. Indians are making a lot of good deals. On the blockchain, Indians are doing great work. In NFTs, Indians are investing a lot. I myself invest in crypto and NFTs. I don't know where my money in crypto will go if RBI makes it illegal. But so it's about, are you ready? Are you there? There are enough people in India who are doing it, who are ready, who are already establishing businesses in the metaverse. Not just transact, but are you ready? And you don't you will probably not even get to choose in a couple of years. You'll have to be there. So like I said, read up, stay current, keep yourself educated. That's the most important thing. Otherwise, folk like you and me will become dinosaurs in a couple of years.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving us a list of things we need to work on.
It's interesting. It's a brand new world for anybody. Even if you don't like numbers, even if you don't like math, it's important to read up on blockchain because our reality is going to change very soon. So do read up.
Definitely, ma'am. Thank you, sir. And thank you, ma'am. May I now request Dr. Gaurav Joshi and Akshi Bhalla to kindly felicitate Miss Anupriya Sharma with a memento.
These feel so awkward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Akshi. I would now request Dr. Gaurav Joshi to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening to everyone. I feel privileged to propose Board of Thanks for the second technical session of our National Marketing Conference 2022. So first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Anubhav Sharma, Sales Director, eBout Technology, Australia. So he started his talk by saying that how to deliver effective sales presentation. And I think this is very important for our student that they know how to deliver the sales presentation. So I'm very sure that this is very helpful for all the students, and after this presentation, they are able to design an effective sales pitch. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Second, I would like to thank Mr. Saurabh Bajaj, Marketing Head, Britannia, Mumbai. He spoke about impact of pandemic in various industry and how they bounce back. So this is the main thing which we all see that, and we observe that how companies bounce back even in the pandemic situation, which also help us to understand if there is a problem and there is also an opportunity where we can grow ourselves. So thank you very much for your talk, sir. And then I would also like to thank Mr. Vaibhav, Sales and Marketing Manager from Maruti Suzuki. And he enlightened us with the challenges faced by the automobile companies during the pandemic. He discussed about the customer journey map, how they target the customer, and he says that customer experience is the most important thing. So as a marketing and sales student, you have to be learn that customer experience is one of the most important thing. So thank you very much, Mr. Weber. And in last, we have Ms. Anupriya, Strategy and Operation Lead from Google. So she started his talk by saying change is only constant. And this is we have to be all look into when we are in a pandemic situation, we see that how marketing strategy changes, how everyone changes themselves. So thank you very much. Thank you, Anupriya, for this very good talk. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to thank my faculty colleagues who are present here. And this is the last session. I know that students are willing to go out very fast from this place because since morning they are sitting in the auditorium. So I would like to thank all the audience because without the audience, this program is not able to successful. So thank you for the wonderful audience. I would also like to thank Management Grid, Genesis Club, and all the student bodies who are involved in this conference. Thank you, each and everyone. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to thank our dignitaries and guests for gracing this conference with their presence. I would also like to thank all the students for making this conference very interactive. Thank you so much.